It's Pride Month! And that means we must show our pride and support for those who stand in the face of adversity. DragonCast is proud to be men! Press start before daybreak. Hands rough, heart steady. Carrying the world's weight. Standing at the ready. Crack the earth, smelting the modern age. Raising sons and daughters held dear. Framing nature's beauty, challenging rage. Answering the call, century to year. Steady eyes built the frame, raised the sky. Cured disease, mapped worlds, tamed the night. Grinding day to night, never asking why. Men act when others vanish from sight. They judge our strength as blight, demanding our silence, slaves to this fight. 4 times the fallback, brothers lost tonight. Burdened in silence, alone in the fight. We bent the world's will, this arena is ours. We won't back down, still standing with power. Controllers in hand, we refuse to apologize. We are men. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire-breathing worms screaming loud. DragonCast here to shake the crowd. Blue-Teal Brotherhood, this power is ours. Controllers raised high, men proud. Knights in the lobby, but never alone. Men of action, holding the zone. Slaying every boss, conquering the nightmare. Defying the mental blight, men still ride. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. Some came home with scars unseen, holding down the house when life got mean. We take the hit, come back for more. Not stone heroes, just keeping score. When the war within bites down tight, they drop the mask and face the night. A man of action, his word is his bond. Talk is cheap when the light is gone. Integrity found in DragonCast. 22 lost a day, homes broken in the dark. The silent war leaves a heavy mark. Some days a mission, some days just noise. Headset on, holding our poise. Brothers are arm against the undertow, holding the line in the room below. Controllers in hand, we refuse to apologize. We are men, fire-breathing worms screaming loud. DragonCast here to shake the crowd. Blue-Teal Brotherhood, this power is ours. Controllers raised high, men proud. Knights in the lobby, but never alone. Men of action, holding the zone. Slaying every boss, conquering the nightmare. Defying the mental blight, men still ride. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. To those who sneer, defying the truth of 4.17 billion real men. Out of 2.47 billion gamers, 2.2 billion controllers raised are men. I ask you, have you tested the fire? Have you served as we have? Talk is cheap You cower at the very fires we are forged in. Who are you to judge with your limited childish clucking? Crying out for real men, while questioning the manner in which we act. This is the Blue-Teal Brotherhood. Men by day, brothers at night. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with fierce precision. Men stand up, time to speak out. Proud men take action. Race controllers, 2.2 billion brothers in the fight. Gaining our mental clarity. One more fight, one more night. Born cursed and blessed, brothers in the arena we face. One level at a time, conquering the darkness and disgrace. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm in the tempest eye. A cyberstorm for the brother in the silence. For the veteran with the ghost in his mind. For the dad who never quits. For the kid who just needs one more night. This is DragonCast.
And we're live, everybody. Uh-oh. We lost Karis.
I'm here.
There he is.
It's spirit.
Yeah, we're live, everybody, and welcome to DragonCast. And today is a special month, as you probably noticed. You're probably like, okay, Lavistro, why was that 6-minute video out there? Well, if y'all were members of DragonCast since last year, or you know me from the past, I keep bitching about everyone's like, oh, I hate Pride Month. I hate Pride Month. I hate Pride Month. Why are we talking about Pride Month? I'm like, well, you do realize it's also Men's Health Awareness and PTSD Awareness Month, and no one talks about it ever. So I tried doing it last year, but my granddad died during that month. But we did have coverage of TTRPGs helping veterans. So we did have that. I think it was the only DragonCast we had that month. But this month, we got 4 episodes with a long-ass intro. I'm sorry, but I thought it was important. Usually they're small. But, yeah, in that video, if you like it, let me know in the chat if you like that intro, because I do have it unlisted on YouTube, and I will make it available if people ask for it to share out, because it has a lot of factual data, including the shocker that, well, most men are gamers, are also masculine and doing masculine professions. Yeah, I do see the super chat, but before we go, and I just realized I forgot to make the video for it, but you know, I'll do that next week. But I did find out that we had the most masculine man ever on DragonCast, and I never acknowledged it. But Dash, most masculine man ever, who stands at the pinnacle of all males.
Yeah, boy. I am doing really good. I'm up with a new monitor after my old one died on me the day I got back from vacation. So got a new big monitor, though it's formatting some of my stuff. Like, you know, when I was recording the new video, I had to readjust the windows because all my windows are bigger now. It's a pretty good, decent Samsung monitor. I don't know the exact length, but it's a lot bigger than my old monitor. And so, yeah, I'm just back at it, you know, doing my thing, playing games. Been playing some Final Fantasy X. Traded in the Cuck Sim for First Light before seeing Masters of the Universe, which was fantastic, by the way.
It was?
Oh, yeah, I loved it.
Awesome. You heard it here first for the most masculine man, the He-Man movie. While people are bitching that's woke or it's not woke, we got the most masculine man here telling you it's fucking good.
Yeah, it depends how serious you want to take it. There is some stuff about masculinity and stuff like that, but ultimately I feel like He-Man is masculine, because what he does at the end with Skeletor, it fits completely with his personality in the cartoon.
The man's name is He-Man. You can't take it too serious.
Well,
You just
in the
can't.
lore for He-Man, I know people are gonna be shocked about this, but I did used to love He-Man. He in the lore is the archaic language for power. So He-Man is actually Power Man. That's why he says, "I have the power,"
Okay.
the power of
Interesting.
He. Which, yeah, it's also He-Man because male power fantasy, sword and sorcery. But yeah, that's why I'm stoked to see this movie. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good time, Dash. But speaking of power and Power Man, Karis, I see you got your Nintendo power going. I mean, your powers background going.
Yes,
That was
I
actually
finally,
an actual mess up. That's what I caught myself saying. I was like, no, not Nintendo power.
I have the Nintendo. There is a Nintendo back here. Well,
Mhm.
kind of. It's not real Nintendo, but
Looks
it
like
is
you're
a.
about to go 88 miles per hour.
You are not wrong there. Yes, good eye on that. I finally got off my ass and configured my camera properly away from auto, did my manual setup, and that allowed me to set this wonderful arrangement up much better than what I initially had. I didn't turn one light on, but that's okay. Yes, I'm doing much better. I'm not sick anymore. Uh, I actually made it to the end game material of Dredge just a couple days ago. So I'm looking forward to that. We're finding out the truth about what happened with my character from the very beginning of the game, and why you don't know where you came from, why your wife is gone. We're gonna find all of that out. I almost completed it, but it was way late in the morning. It's like I want to be fresh for this. So that's gonna be the final part that I don't know when I'm gonna be able to do it because I don't have mobile streaming gear, but I'm gonna find time to do that.
Yes. Yeah, I was watching that stream. You were up until like 5 o'clock my time in the morning. I was like, I was listening for a while, and then I had as white noise like I usually do, right?
Mhm.
And I'm trying to play Retro Rewind. Fuck you for making me listen to that.
No regrets. None.
And
Oh, the new Rugrats game. Nice.
no, not Rugrats. Retro Rewind. It's like
So-
Blockbuster the game.
Okay, because there was a Rugrats game with a similar title that was released by Limited Run, and I do because it has some of the Rugrats games I owned, like the Paris one on PC and the Game Boy platformer for the first movie.
Mhm.
Damn Limited Run.
Yep. But yeah, so glad you're getting better, and glad you're getting back in the swing of things. And then we have one of the most oldest of masculine men, and also, fun fact, he used to be on the council before that awarded He-Man the power at part of the Council of Grayskull. That gamer was Cephas. How you doing, though?
I never cared for He-Man. I think He-Man was a little bit after my time.
And banned.
Well, that's a show, folks.
But,
See you next time.
Of course, I've been doing a lot of Conan Exiles. I haven't been doing much different. Got Valkyria playing on the server. He's enjoying it. He can tell you how smooth it's running. I've added a bunch of custom boss encounters and stuff like that to make the game a little harder. Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say harder, but more challenging. And I've got these ambush mods that you get ambushed at the most inopportune times, and it's up to you to be ready for them ambushes. But it's been a lot of fun trying to get it going. Eventually, I'll go public with it. I mean, if anybody wants in on the private right now, just join my Discord, and I got the server information up there for people who want to join in. It's only a little 10-person server at the moment, and I'm still working on it.
Nice.
Other than that, same old stuff. Just playing games and being mostly retired.
Yep. Well, as far as me, I know I didn't have a lot of video live streams going on. I did try. The problem was, well, first off, I did get that 30-minute video and it did pretty well. It's almost at 200 views. So there is that. I'm not getting a lot of likes on it, so I haven't checked to see the like-dislike ratio on it. But I'm pretty sure I felt some feelings about it because, you know me, I don't go into political agendas. I go into the neutral stance. Watch, someone's going to call me the Tim Pool of gaming, and I'm just going to flip the fuck out. Because I'm like, oh, you don't take a side. No, I take a side on games. I don't take a side on tribes. There's a difference. But we also have some news coming out in Ages from the Ashes of Creation. I forgot to give that to you, Karis, but I did send you the link to that. So that will be a part of Dragon Bites coming up. I'll let you know. And I was tisming the fuck out because, one thing I learned, I told you this, Karis, but one thing I learned? When you try to research or develop a script or even write a song and you want Suno to help you out or ChatGPT to help you out to make your words into the actual rhythm, like AABB and all that stuff.
Yeah,
it will literally shut itself down. Not like close out the thing, but like it will just shut down and it will respond like this is about this. Like give you a paragraph like this is about this, or it'll send like the very first draft when I was like, hey, help me get an idea for mental awareness. The 95% of the song was men in action, men in action, men in action. I was like, the fuck is this bullshit? And then we finally got the right piece. Yeah, right. It was 6 minutes long. It was 6 minutes long, guys, but we finally got it working, right? And I had to get this intro video ready from 5 p.m. last night up until 4 a.m. my time. And I still wanted to play a fucking game. So I was up until 5 a.m. playing Retro Rewind for an hour. I was like, I need at least 1 hour gameplay.
he did too. I watched it. I saw his store. His store is a strange fun house of madness with porn.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I told Mikey about it. Right? I says, and you can have they have adult VHSs, and he's like, I'm getting the game. As soon as I mentioned that, he's like, is there a way to mod this? Like, I don't know. Check the guide. I haven't checked.
Probably. If there's default game or movie titles that say "Please fix my leaky keyboard," like there's got to be some way you can.
His milk carton was too big.
Yeah, milk carton was too big. Like we're missing is like, what is it? Giant sausage pizza or something like that, based on actual porn.
There are some pizza references, but there are some that were like so dark when you take them out of context. My casket, a woman's fantasy. I was like, the fuck is this?
Are we talking about degenerate romance novels again?
No,
these are VHSs.
This is like in the lore of this Retro Rewind game. They make up titles, and some of them, like there's Galactic Rebellion 4, which is obviously Star Wars, but then they have others that are just Forward to the Future, which makes your head kind of spin sometimes. But they have this adult section, the porn section, and just the names that like please fix my leaky keyboard is one of the adult films, but they have other ones there that you take out of context. You're like, the fuck is this movie about?
Yeah, I'm like there's one that literally was like, this is gay. It was like the Godfather Son of Lessons with My Godfather. It had a Chief and a Godfather. I was like, this got to be a gay porn. Like, this has to be gay porn.
Am I reading Milky Monsters again? No, this is just what's in my store. What's in my retro store? Yes.
Yeah, we don't have control of, like, we can buy selective videos, but when you buy the bundles, you don't have control what comes in. And in the beginning of my game, just because I'm like this, I just said, you know what? I'm gonna have the new releases and the adult films right in front of the window so everybody knows what you're renting. But what's even more hilarious, and I was telling Karis about this, is they actually had jiggle physics for the women.
Oh, you didn't even mention there was one of the really just dirty movies. Mm-hmm. A woman reserved it and came in and was like, hi, I'm here for my movie. And we both just like, The fuck lady.
Yeah, it wasn't even. I was like, the title was. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but it was dirty as all get out. I was like she was saying and I'm like, look at her, and I just responded the same word. I was like,
It's a great game.
Retro Rewind, go play it, and also you can change the signs to where it looks like Blockbuster signs. That's another thing for y'all. If y'all want to get that nostalgia, I literally sat there and was having Blockbuster nostalgia and memories just coming back in as a kid. But yeah, enough about that game. We talked about that for 10 minutes. We got a lot of things to do, and we haven't even addressed the chat, so we're going to go ahead and do that now. First, we have Valkyria Witter saying, "Let's go, food of time and Skull." Then we had the most interesting masculine man in the world saying, "Hi, Val." We have Sergeant Garatina, one of our oldest supporters. Alan Jones, one of our new mods. Alan, I did post. It's a notepad, okay, for any of the mods. I was running late. Google Fiber came by my door when I was getting ready, just to tell me they were going to stop by and install fiber at the end of the month for my house. So now I finally got that scheduled. We're going to have better internet, hopefully. But I just gave y'all the text file. So y'all should have that in there. Just follow along, and when we start showing games, just post them in there. We have Scene saying parentheses, O, capital Y, O, parentheses. And Val's telling Scene to stop harassing him. Okay, we don't do harassment in the chat. We have Kara saying like to stream. I don't recommend it. I would recommend liking it. Which, of course, Scene did. Okay, cool. Bet Game Real Sheepish. Let's see, we're going through here. Try to go through here fast. We have Hataru saying dragons.
Yes, welcome.
I think she meant Imagine Dragons, but I don't know. I'm not her boyfriend, so I don't know anything about it. Karis, but you have to ask her what she means by that. So,
let's leave it open to imagination.
Yeah. Karis doesn't sleep. Well, he should sleep sometime. That's not my fault.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah. But I have insomnia. I don't sleep at all, literally. I just sleep when my body decides to say, okay, yeah, we know you take meds for insomnia. We know the it doesn't work, and you told the vet that. So what we're going to do is for you to sleep, you're going to sleep when we say it's time to sleep, which is 3 or 4 days later, then I just crash. Yeah, sometimes I sleep, and I'll sleep like an hour, and my body's like, okay, time to wake up. And then it catches up one day where I just crash and sleep for like 12 hours.
Damn.
So, yeah. But other than that, we do have a super chat. So let me see. We're gonna let him see the most masculine man in the world. How about that?
To the radio station!
Torches! Get your torches! Pitchforks! Can't be an angry mob without pitchforks!
Cotton candy! Get your cotton candy! Can't throw right without cotton candy!
Where's my cotton candy?
It is seen for 10 British pesos. Salute to all the vets and men. Here's a donation of 10 pounds of potatoes. I think he's rubbing it in with the Irish famine. I mean, it's not. Look, see, I understand. Y'all owned Ireland for a while. You lost part of it. But you got to remember, it wasn't yours to begin with. So you can't be salty about that. Okay?
I peeled my share of potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, that being said, just give me a second because I got to go over here. Because some reason it doesn't let me heart these things. Still not. How do you? There we go. I did it. I pressed the heart button, so it should have it for scene. I'm still learning these things. Apparently, StreamYard doesn't do that. But yes, we are ready for Dragon Bites. So everyone's ready for that. Give me a moment because since I put that new video on there, everything got all this. Okay, starting with the first news today. This was a couple of days ago, but today Ubisoft is reportedly attending a private meeting with European Commission officials in Brussels. Hosted by Video Games Europe, VGE, the video games industry's main lobbying organization, Stop Killing Games, was not invited. According to the Stop Killing Games campaign, the group was excluded despite the consumer movement behind the European Citizens Initiative that brought game shutdowns and digital ownership to the attention of the EU policymakers. The issue is not that publishers meet with policymakers, which happens regularly. I mean, yeah, everyone knows that, corporates like to buy politicians. The concern is that the industry representatives have direct access to decision makers at a critical stage, while the campaign representing more than 1 million citizens is not in the room. This is concerning, knowing that Ubisoft's shutdown of the crew helped start the Stop Killing Games movement. I don't know what the VGE is doing, but they should include both industry and the people affected by these decisions. Yes, and that's another thing. The when people talk about the crew, one thing that was in the argument, the court cases, and we discussed it a while back, is EULAs, EULAs. Mm-hmm. They just got more greedy and greedier and grittier, and people were like, "Oh, it's just a crew thing." Well, what is it about the crew? The argument was, they said they purchased a license and they could have shut down every time, and the defense lawyers cited the EULA, while the people contending against it said, "Hey, on this box, there's a sticker here that said the activation key is guaranteed until 2099, which is false advertising." And if they would have kept, they finally got a technicality in California. But I'm just going to put this out there because FTC mentioned this with another issue. But should they have won that case, the FTC could have came after Ubisoft for violating U.S. federal law about false advertising. So this is why the corporations want to keep their cake and ice cream. And you know what? I even found this out. I forgot about this, but I was reading an article from way back. When Disney bought LucasArts and shuttered LucasArts down, they went. It literally, one of the titles about the news said Disney purchases LucasArts and moves towards a license model for games. So back in the early 2000s, that's when the push for license model started. And we all know how Disney is. But we got some other news with Karens, bean counters, and corporals. Oh, you have something to say? Go ahead.
I do. The part here which says, I don't know what the VGE... We know exactly what the fuck VGE is doing. We know exactly why Ubisoft CEO got on his private plane and went to meet with the European Commission. This is an attempt to save their industry. They need to keep us in our place. We can't be having power taking back what we once had. That's what this is about, in my opinion, anyways. This isn't about trying to find a middle ground. Ubisoft doesn't care about a middle ground. Ubisoft cares about control and money. And they're losing control, and they're going to lose money if these bills pass. Like the one in California, if that passes, it's not going to look good for Ubisoft if this thing sweeps across the country. This is a whole lot of bullshit, in my opinion. This is not good for us because money talks, unfortunately, with a lot of British and American politicians. I am worried about this in the sense that you drop a couple $1 million on the right politicians in power and you can get exactly the hell what you want done. So I'm glad this was brought up.
Yes. Now, before we continue on, if anyone has anything else they want to add, just give me a moment. We did get another super chat. Oh, I forgot to do something. Hold on, let me see. There, I forgot to add that in there. Shame on me. I know. But we have a super chat, and it's not letting me. Why is the video not playing? Why is the video? Are you serious?
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
Yes, as is tradition, Mikey Doucette just paid me $1 to give me shit. Also, he said he mentions he's no longer a trophy right. And I hate to tell it to him, but I changed my mind. He's got the shield. Just because of this. Just because of this. So, there's that. But anyone's had anything to say before we move on?
Nope. I said my bit.
Okay. Well, it seems like the Karens have infiltrated Valve. A new report has revealed a heated debate inside Valve over pornographic games on Steam. According to former employees, Valve's top lawyer suggested the company take a stronger role in moderating adult content on the platform. Gabe Newell reportedly disagreed, saying, "What the fuck do I pay you for if that's your opinion?" The quote comes from accounts shared by former employees and has not been publicly confirmed by Valve. If this is true, Gabe Newell is even more based. But you know what? Yeah, we want to make sure this is true, but just the fact that they quoted him saying that, I was like, no, that sounds like what something Gabe would say.
Yeah, that sounds like what something he'd say.
Just leaning back in a chair. What the fuck do I pay you for?
Yeah, pretty much. We need more people. We need more CEOs like Gabe. People are like, what do I pay you for? I didn't pay you for. That's your opinion. It's like, I don't want your opinion. I want results.
There's a famous, kind of famous scene, and I think it's Mad Men. One of the secretaries just goes off on the main character and just like, you don't appreciate me, you don't give me any compliments, and he says, that's what the money's for. And it's like, I can kind of see both arguments, but yeah, you're being paid to do stuff, you're providing results. Like,
yeah. My thing is like, if you don't like the environment you're working in, right? Yes, you can mention it, and if they say, well, we're not changing anything, it's called an application, people. Go get another job. Oh, wait, you want that prestigious I work at Valve thing? Like a certain someone that blocked me after I called her out for being embarrassing, shilling for a corporation, accusing a pizza company for shilling because everyone said that, which we will go later, about a certain game. Yeah, we're going to call a spade here. You're still shilling. So either you shut up and do the job, because not every job is 100% heaven, and you are going to have things you don't like about it. Or if it goes against your principles, go find another job. I mean, it's not that hard. And we do have a hater. We have a hater on. I hope your cat takes a shit on your pillow. Well, see, you should have thought about what you said. All right. You need to take accountability for your actions, not me. All right. I'm a dragon. We don't take accountability for shit. But yeah, before we go on to first thing, I just noticed this, Karis. We do not have de novo fails. So before we move on, Roman, I forgot to delete that part. That's from last week.
Yes,
Before we go, do you remember the document I sent you last night?
Oh, the case file?
Yes. So apparently, if anyone remembers Ashes of Creation, that actually got thrown out by a judge.
Mm-hmm.
So that Nevada case from TFE Game Holdings got thrown out. And I was given this by an insider who still keeps me informed about these things as he finds things out. But the TFE Game Holdings was after when they took over and started the whole shutdown fiasco, right? That's what they did, right? And they couldn't get access to the assets anymore. They filed a lawsuit, and then shortly after, Sheriff files a lawsuit with the federal government that says, you know what? Actually, technically, the way this was handled by TFE Game Holding was actually illegal. So they put it with a third-party asset. Now, that case eventually got shut down. I couldn't find news on it. We did discuss it a while back. But this came out recently that the judge himself has thrown out the case for the state one. And according to my insider, Sheriff is saying that he's going to start going after everybody that defamed him once he finishes his next 2 court cases. He filed 2 court cases, and he's going to file defamation lawsuits. So,
this
if
is
it
the
comes
Lego
out that
thing?
No, this is the Ashes of Creation.
Kickstarter.
Oh, the Ashes of Creation.
Yeah. Now remember, people said that he's not credible because he has some sort of scam history. I forget what they called it, Ponzi or whatever. I'm pulling a blank on what it was called. But here's another thing: one of his investors, his boss, that went after him. It was one of the investors was his former boss, who the government found out was doing something illegal. He was just an employee there. Okay, so you have that. The person that leaked his financial records after TFE got hold of all that stuff was also one of those type of scammers. Okay, and most people in that were involved on the side against Sheriff were scammers. I'm just going to point that out there. So if you're going to say, well, he's not credible because he's a scammer, then all the people that were making things against him by that logic are also not scammers. That we just said, you know what? We're just going to wait for the court documents and we're just going to report neutrality. Here's what it said. Here's what it's done. Here's what it looks like. And, well, I'm a small channel, but if I was a bigger channel saying, oh, yeah, he's totally a scammer and he scammed these people and all this other stuff, and it damaged, it caused the reputation to go down to where Steam 100% refunded every game for extra creation, I'd be sweating bullets just like Kurt Cobain was sweating. Kurt Cobain's widow was sweating bullets when she defamed a real estate agent on Twitter, the famous LaBelle case. Just pointing that out there. This is why we got to be factual.
This is very interesting for this.
Yeah.
This is definitely not over. Not by a long shot. If
not.
Ethan Klein has enough ego to follow through with this, or follow through with his massive big dick slap in front of his detractors, I have no doubt this person is going to do the same thing. This Steven Sheriff.
Yeah. That's why I stay neutral. Just report the facts and let the people decide. So I can't get sued. And also, that's why I say integrity in DragonCast in every video, even if it doesn't make sense. It's because I remind myself I need to be factual, show some integrity, and don't do some tribal bullshit. So, but yeah, if anyone wanted to add their thing before we go on, that's fair.
I don't know, that video of you just eating all that cream cheese in the middle of the floor, that was not integrity. I disagree there.
Hey, I was eating my emotions before I played video games.
Fair enough.
Yep, exactly, Mikey. And no, Mikey's not my insider, but we were talking about it as well. But that being said, if no one has anything else they want to add, we'll move on to the next segment.
Roma ordet nokte hart.
So yes, Atlanta Pierce, Sony, and Santa Monica gets roasted with backlash over God of War after the State of Play reveal. Even Jaffe, the original creator, and Domino's trashes the reveal, making journalists, devs, and shields salty. Personally, I call it Woman Simulator AAA Edition. So we're just going to go over the tweets here. All right, so the first one here we have Atlanta Pierce saying she worked full-time 4 years on God of War, but left in 2024 and is no longer involved. So here's the God of War game I spent 4 years writing. Remember, she wrote the script, okay? She wrote the script. Remember that, okay? Because she's about to get roasted by somebody. When asked how involved she was with the project, she replied, I worked on it full-time for 4 years, so thousands upon thousands of hours of involvement. She wrote the characters, the level, the story beats, the dialogue act. She left in 2024, and the work they were doing now is much harder. I'm currently not involved at all, and plenty of my work will be replaced. Actually, corporations won't do that. If they already had the structure, they're not going to reinvest money to redo everything. That's rare.
Yeah, true. If anything, it'll just be a bastardization of what she wrote, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be better.
Yeah. But, you know, on the plus side, she probably wrote another cookbook. According to Pirate Nation.
You know, she does have a distracting quality that I see.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I know.
So does her. It's the same distracting quality her character in Dispatch had. Big red boobs.
Yeah,
okay, maybe yours aren't red.
I'll try to be tactful about it at least.
You're not distracted by this? You're not distracted by the
Huey cube? Yeah, I tuned out. I tuned out of the State of Play before that cube thing even showed up.
I got distracted by the real actress that they photo scanned her face of and made ugly.
Yeah, apparently she was on True Blood, according to Jace. She was on True
That
Blood.
girl's hot.
Yeah.
and they
Oh, yeah.
made her
The-
ugly in the video game. If I were these actresses, these voice actors, and people that they're scanning to get their faces for these games, and they do that, I'd start suing them.
Yeah. What I would do is like, if you want to make me ugly, I charge extra. You're putting my personal image on your thing, or shocker, devs, just make your own fucking character. Oh wait, you don't know how to do that anymore. You got to use the mocap. But if you think that's interesting or horrible, whatever, wait till you see the backlash. This has been all over Twitter. We're just covering a couple of them. So here, one of the popular memes was "Mom of War." So, yeah,
She actually looks better there in that
Yeah, she
shot.
does.
Because they did a photo
Oh
reference.
man.
but they
Oh,
made her
geez.
preggers. And then I think that's the
Yo.
next one that was on the list that you see in the. No, it's
You know, this is
Dr.
an actual thing. Like some progressives, like dude, like pregnant women on the battlefield. Even the new Avatar movies try to do this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a game coming out that somebody is working on. I don't know if it's in concept or what, or if they're actually in some development phase that are in concept where being pregnant gives you special superpowers in this video game.
Pax from Forspoken, no, Pax from Dustborn, is pregnant the entire game, and she's like fighting the not ice agents with the.
See, I'm learning something I never knew about Dustborn, which is there was a pregnant character.
Oh yeah, like that's like the thing. Like she will talk to her unborn baby at certain parts of the thing, but meanwhile she's doing she's going into combat while she's carrying.
Yeah.
You know how unfortunately you know this is not real? Those hair physics look much better than probably what's actually in game.
Yep. But if you aside from the memes, people actually said hashtag not my God of War. This is from Fiad. I am legit crashing out because they ruined my favorite franchise. I legit want to cry. I don't want a game about his wife. I don't want a game about his tweaked son. I want freaking Kratos. I want the God of War. Fuck off. Start ruining our games, you freaks. I don't care. She was a freaking model. I don't want her. And so, this is just one of many. Like, I know people are going to come out and ask, tell me, it's like, you don't play God of War, so, you should have an opinion on it. I was like, actually, no. I can have an opinion on it. I did play the original one when I was deployed to Iraq because we had a PlayStation there. So I was like, I'm going to play this at the USO. Liked it, not my thing. Not going to go pay for a PlayStation just to get the game. But yeah, people did like the previous one, even though SBI was involved in it, from what I heard. But talk about subverting expectations.
Hey, Lavistro, I just sent you a link to an AI short I made making fun of God of War.
Oh yeah, Cash, you can show that. We will show that. And Bo, I also you had some shorts you wanted to show. Tell me in the DM or tell me in the private chat what about them before we show them. We'll show them later on before we start the conversation. Oh,
You're the God of War. Now go kill something.
yeah. And now we got something from Grums. We don't usually cover Grums, but he said something very valid. He had a clip of it. So go ahead and unmute the sound while we talk about it.
Hopefully you hear it.
No, we don't hear it. But anyways, David Jaffe, creator of God of War, reacts to the reveal of God of War Lalfi. That looks like shit. Reminds me of Forspoken. So uninspired, so dull. It's dead. The game is not going to do well. David is going to get a lot of crap for this, so props for him for calling it out. But he's going to get a call and a lot of pressure from his just consumed the female protagonist audience and circle of friends. I'm really curious what he has to say about it in a couple of days. Now, if people remember, David Jaffe, right? He is the creator of God of War, but in recent days, he's been standing up for trans kids. He's had a talk with, if I remember correctly, he had a talk with Melissa Mercante. and it has become something of a lolcow.
Mm.
Because he created God of War, one of the iconic masculine men, Kratos, right? He created that storyline, and he's telling us it's shit. And remember, the woman who wrote it, right, said she wrote everything on it, and people say, "Oh, it's lore, it's all lore, everything else." But the person who created the lore itself is telling you, the person who created created the world of it, like basically Kratos' actual god, right? Creator is telling everybody the game is shit. So if the creator's telling you it's shit, you can't even come and tell me or tell a pizza company or anything that they have no say in it, because the creator also says it's shit, mirroring thousands of fans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like interesting that Sony just went ahead with this franchise without even like tying him in, like, or help, like, you know, they just took his like property and just did whatever with it.
Unless this might have been I refer to a George Lucas situation where like this guy might have had ideas for where to go, and then the studio said, no, we don't like that, we're going to do something else, and then didn't even have any like consultation, any story by involved, anything to just bounce off of the world that he created. They just like, we know what we're doing, we can do anything we want, we're Sony, or we're insert dev here. I don't even know the name of the studio that made it, because I don't care, but it seems like they didn't consult him on anything once this started, and they definitely didn't prep him for the response and like drop him some money to say, hey, can you help promote this piece of shit, kind of thing.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to go into his locale. You know, it's been beaten over the bush. But one thing I want to say is I noticed, I think he started, you know, he was going into the trans kid things and the whole Alyssa Mercante thing. It's because he was trying to get some relevancy back with PlayStation to reestablish.
Oh, actually, it's deeper than that. It's because like he believes his child is trans, and like he's like converting that child. Like
that's what he's saying. Now, I don't know too much about it. I haven't seen his. I'm not one that's going to go look at his child's account, all that stuff.
I don't know. It's just like
hold on. What I'm going to say is remember, a lot of people bent the knee to the woke crowd because they were told and believed that this was what the actual gamers want, and it's not coming out. I think he loved his characters enough to be like, I want back in with PlayStation. I gotta do this thing. I'm not trying to defend him or, you know, downplay or hedge. What he said was actually lolcow itself. But now if we like when we're seeing these emotions, this is shock, this is disappointment, and I think a little bit of anger.
It's something he made. This is like genuine. Like he's not speaking as an out of ideology. He's speaking at like they took something I made and changed it.
And I hope that helped him realize that we're not fighting against trans. We're not fighting against all this woke stuff. At least this channel. But a lot of gamers aren't really caring about the politics. We want
like I wouldn't like agree with like his decision, but I'm sure he thought what he doing was the right thing as a father. And like you know, it's just a very, very dicey subject. Very, very dicey subject. But like, you know, honestly, that he's still the creator of God of War at the end of the day.
And I think being the creator of that franchise holds more weight than anything Sony or any pony boy will say.
Oh, it definitely does, Lavistro. It definitely like does. Like, you know, Kratos and that world it's his character.
Mm-hmm. But I will say, if he came out with siding with God of War Japanese and saying like, yeah, this is exactly what I thought about, you know, with Kratos' story, then I'm like, okay, this is what he wanted. This is his vision. He's endorsing and supporting it. So, you know what? This is one reason why I'm glad I'm not playing it. But I will say, a lot of PlayStation boys are like, yeah, we're getting our single players back. We're getting our single games back. I'm like, yeah, you know why? It's because Steam is so transparent. It'll show you if the game actually sucks. So that's why they're taking all their single players out of Steam, not just for exclusivity, but to hide the fact that they suck. Which, personally, Sony, you did us a favor. You did us all PC gamers a favor. You did us all a favor. We don't have to look that shit on the list in Steam. So keep it on Sony. Don't even put it on GOG.
Well, unfortunately, as a PS5 owner, I have to deal with this shit because, like, you know, imagine owning a console and not being looking forward to the first party games. Like, that is like the thing with consoles is you buy them for the exclusives.
Yeah. But you know what? You said you're a PS5 console owner, right?
Yes.
And banned.
What the hell, Lavistro?
Banned? Not even suspended first? Just banned?
I haven't been banning y'all off.
You've been spending too much time with Cassie.
Who?
Cold Plastic Cage.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you said someone else. I was like,
no, Cass.
Like who?
Cassie.
It's like, all right. But anyways, if you think that's bad, even Domino's UK decides to get on the action, and the GameSpot devs were salty as fuck, not just the devs. So they said God of War, Lofty responds. Let me read the thing. I didn't read it. Lofty devs responds to Pizza Company's dumb tweet about new games. So even they said it was a dumb tweet, right? They're all salty. Garish, now you can show it up so people can see and enjoy it. I'll let you say it.
God of War game with no Kratos equals pepperoni passion with no pepperoni. Which I responded to them saying, please don't remove the pepperoni.
Yep.
Please keep it in.
And look at Santa Monica on the bottom.
Okay, thanks for the feedback, Domino's Pizza corporate account.
Which is kind of ironic considering that Santa Monica Studios and Sony are corporations. And if it's AAA, it's a corporate company. So the lack of self-awareness there. I'm just going to point that out.
I have to go. What was it? Was it Mikey mentioned something? I need to get with the times and play Dustborn.
Yeah.
Get with the time, Karis. Why did you not play Dustborn? I was playing other games like Jusant, real games that are entertaining. That's my big excuse. That's my excuse. Yeah. I just didn't want to.
I know some people play it like Patty was playing because she said she did it for the clicks and the clout and all that stuff. And like, fine, like just to punish herself. Like, that's fine. If you want to do it, it's entertaining. But most people are playing those games for the rage bait clicks. And people watch it for the rage bait. You just want to consume and hate. I'm like, you know what? You do you. That's not healthy. I'm not going to enjoy that. I gave my thoughts on it. Oh, look, retro rewind.
This does make me think back, the David Jaffe thing.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me think back, it was, I think, last year or the year before, David Hayter, original writer of X-Men 1 and 2, who basically, like, catapulted that series into amazing storytelling. He had tweeted something out that I thought was very telling. When we started hearing talk of reshoots of Avengers Doomsday, he tweeted at no point did they approach him about bringing in the X-Men, and that he had mentioned that there was during one of the ending shots of the first one. They're in it's like the museum or whatever. They're infiltrating. He apparently was right there on set, just out of frame, working with the cast, working with the director. Bryan Singer was there every day. Like, it was his fucking story, and yet no one from Marvel, Fox, or anyone ever approached him. He seemed bitter about that. As experienced and as like secure as he is, he seemed really bitter about the fact that he was not involved. So, like, I don't blame David for both Davids for being a little pissed off that the studio's just like, go on, this is our thing. We don't need you.
Yep. But if that pisses him off, it's going to piss off gamers. An ex-Dragon Age producer says product placement could replace microtransactions.
I don't want Diet Coke in my game.
Here's my compromise. You remember watching Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, right? Like the very first time travel thing they had. You saw Pepsi products, you saw Coke products. The old original He-Man movie in the 80s had KFC in there, right? Make it part of the scene.
Yes.
Like just a simple, buy a license with Coke, right? That as long as it's on market, you're covered, and have Coke. You know what? Here's how simple this is. Karis, we were playing Paranormal Cleanup for together, right?
Yep.
I think I told you this because one of the things you had to collect is pizza, and just see, even though they were moldy pizza boxes and stuff, it made me want to go buy pizza.
It did. I had
Pizza
just
Hut-
gotten pizza like the day prior. I went to we have Round Table Pizza here in Washington. It's like 45 minutes away. I got a whole pizza, and I was thinking about it the entire time that I was playing. It's like I could go warm up some pizza right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like if you just put this a simple box, right? It's not an actual advertisement, just a simple mesh with the texture of Pizza Hut pizza or Domino's pizza or whatever, right? Or even Coke cans, right? It's gonna make people want to go get a Coke from their fridge. They realize this, they don't have it, so they're gonna have to go buy it, right, for themselves for later. Which means it's that simple. That's exactly what that's the reason why they did that in movies. It's to make you, after you go watch a movie, want to go eat some fried chicken. That's another reason why they had that vegan thing. You mean this comes from an animal? Because in the 80s, even in the 80s, vegans weren't really tolerated. They were mocked. The people would go eat chicken. You're like, oh, well, there's this joke here. Another example, Transformers, right? The Michael Bay films. Do you know why? Like, there's an Easter egg of the Beetle, right? Volkswagen Beetle.
Mhm.
But do you know why that clip was there where Bumblebee actually trashes the Beetle? Do you know why?
Probably some kind of negotiation of contracts between Volkswagen.
Nope. Okay, so Bumblebee was originally a Volkswagen Beetle, right? In the original Gen 1. But they wanted to use the original Bumblebee, and Volkswagen at the time said, we don't want it because we don't want to have our product promoting violence. So what they did was they put it in there anyways, right? But not as Bumblebee, because Bumblebee has guns and stuff on him. And he uses one of his like sonic emitter things to blast every car and even crush the Beetle in that scene. So it was another advertisement that Chevy is superior to Volkswagen. Because what happened? A lot of Chargers and Camaros and stuff were being sold. Chevy made bank that year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
have a
like
lot of involvement.
it wasn't like any massive like big poster saying buy or a commercial in the game. It was just basically a Chevy car, a Volkswagen car, all that stuff.
Stop talking about food. I haven't had lunch yet.
I haven't had dinner. I'm eating between when I wait for things to load. So yeah. Other than that, we're gonna skip the next one because I forgot to delete that one out. So does anyone else have anything to say at that before we get into the next section?
On God of War?
No, on where have you been? We were talking about microtransactions.
Well, okay, I must have drifted. Sorry.
Yeah, you must have drifted.
Yeah, I'm multitasking.
Bro, do you even drift?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about product placement. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Sorry, for a second, I thought we were still talking about God of War. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say on product placement. I've seen it happen in games before. Prototype.
What's that new that game that Naughty Dog's working on with the bald-headed ugly?
Oh yeah, didn't that had some Sony product placement in it?
Sony's publishing the game, but they had Nike in there, and I think a couple others.
Yeah. Well, see, like
I just thought of something really terrible. What if the reason why we got what we got in God of War is because no one actually wanted to properly pay licensing for Deborah? No one wanted to pay for her. And so they had to make her 25% different for contractual obligation. As stupid as that sounds.
It does sound stupid. You got a point, but I don't think that's how voice acting and modeling works.
Probably
Sometimes they'll get, I mean, no disrespect to voice actors, but there are some you just don't want to scan. But when you get a voice actor like this and you actually scan her face, make her look the same in the game. It's not impossible.
Because this is actually echoing back to another game that came out, I believe, in 2024 with this lady, Unknown 9, with Anya Chalotra.
Yeah, I remember.
They scanned her
9.
face. Yeah, they scanned her face and put this face on the cover. But what we got was Haruna,
She
who
looks
looks
very
25
different.
25% different, roughly, from Anya. I don't know why I didn't think of that now, because I actually did a video saying that this game's actually pretty competent. And Love Ray's probably going to be a competent game, but you're still going to have this glaring difference that people wanted Deborah, and instead they didn't get Deborah.
No,
We're
it's funny
repeating
that this
history.
almost never happens to male characters, though.
Never does, and doesn't happen
Like
to Asian men.
Jedi Fallen Order, like you know, that guy, the guy who played Joker in Gotham, like they perfectly
Dominic?
recreated his face.
Another example of that is the model they used for broship in Mass Effect.
Oh,
Actor.
I can't think of his name.
Mark Meir.
No, Mark Meir was the voice actor.
Oh, I don't remember who was the physical.
Yeah,
body.
the physical body was somebody else. It was some model.
Oh well,
And,
the physical body was the guy who played the Joker on Gotham. Take up Joker Gotham.
Okay.
Gotham Joker.
But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and even if you guys watched Gotham, I thought it was pretty good.
Well, I'm done rambling on that. We could go all day.
All right.
Well,
Fair enough.
now we're back to cleavage. I'm good with that, despite who it is.
You know, she's dating the actor who did Saros. Oops. Freudian slip.
I did not know that, though. That's interesting. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm not gonna play it, obviously, because I've never really had an interest in the God of War series. I have even less interest now.
Well, I'm probably not going to play it either. I've never played the God of War games, none of them. But even I can sit there and tell they uglified that poor girl to be in the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Deborah's
she's
not gonna be-
gorgeous. That girl is gorgeous. And why couldn't they use her face one for one? They certainly could have.
I don't know, other than probably personal choice. You've got Senua from Hellblade. That's Melina Juergens, and the only thing that really hides her beauty is the fact that she has makeup and dirt on her face most of the time. But that is Melina. Like, I wonder if they even have like a side-by-side comparison. But I played both games. That looks like Melina throughout the game. So it's like they absolutely can do this kind of thing. Why they don't? I don't know. Roll for initiative. Take a guess.
Well, we all know why, but we're not here to discuss all that right now.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I had to step away, guys. There was someone at my door again.
Shoot them. I mean, yell at them.
No, it was a kid that got caught doing ding dong ditch.
Oh.
Yeah, and I told him, and instead of like scolding him, because we were all kids, I was like, next time, this is how you do it better. Don't run straight across the street. Run to the side so I can't see you.
He gave him pointers.
Yeah, I was like, and like the kid's dad and I are friends. I was like, it's like, don't do it today though, because if you do it today, I will call your dad instead. So like, yeah, because we've all been kids, and yeah, it's annoying, but kids will be in my mind. Kids will be kids, and it's not like they're harming anything. They're just wanting to have some fun. So, yeah, But I will tell his dad about it anyways. Like, oh, by the way, your kid did ding dong ditch me, and he did horribly.
He failed.
He's probably going to say, "Did you give him pointers?" Because he knows me. But anyway, speaking of kids will be kids, men will be men, and men like their cake. This medieval airlift waifu has heads turning and explosive meltdowns. So my ex was covered in God of War memes and people melting down, or even Google, like, I don't say gooning, but like goggling over, if that's probably the right word, over this character. So meet Emile. Our mods, I put the text with the game scripts in the mod chat, so if y'all could start looking at it, starting with Gamer Cake. So meet Emile, beekeeper, herbalist, and healer. With a soul and voice sweeter than healing honey, she makes one of 3 romance options in Knight's Path. And if I remember correctly, I think she was the original. They showcased her originally as a cover art thing, right? Or something like that. And people got mad about it then. It's like, first it was gingers they got mad about. Now it's blondes. What's next? Brunettes?
Just attractive women in general, I guess.
Yeah, but I recommend going on wishlist game. They've been very supported. They had a massive support for their first game, and well, it's gonna be. I guess you could say it's gonna be like a KCD clone, but I also think it's gonna do well because it's got some nice characters. I'm gonna say, and it's not lots of revealing cleavage or anything like that. It's just medieval style clothing. Which, if they allow you to mod it, I'm pretty sure modders are going to mod it. But
yeah, it's been happening for 20 years. We can't be surprised anymore.
Yeah, but one thing I'll say is I think people are upset about this. It's like, look at like if you could pause it so we see her face. Look how she's posed. She has a very warm smile, very feminine charm, right? And I think that's what upsets a lot of these people is the fact that is that they try to say, oh, that's outdated. That's a bygone era. Well, even if she doesn't have like triple D cup or anything like that, right? Not to objectify, but I'm just saying, even though she doesn't look like the sexualized fantasy, men still goggle over this because I don't think people understand what men want. For us, the world is cruel. The world is cold. We are always dealing with shit. Even our friends gives us shit, right? So we want a partner, right? Like there's like one of the statistics I've shared in my video is most men have almost no support, and married men, their basic emotional support is their spouse or girlfriend. And when that breakup happens or leaves, there goes their emotional support structure. So what we want is not an ugly, angry all the time, cold hearted feminist. Like, I don't need no real man. They want someone who's going to support them and uplift them. Because if you notice, right, people say sex sells, but one thing people don't realize that I've noticed as an art when I did art is women uplift everything around them. Granted, this is Men's Health Month, but this is coming from a man who's seen women, and it's not anything objectively gooner. It's the fact that men want that warmth that they can't find anywhere else in the world.
Like relationships aren't all about sex. Like, women definitely, as much as they can bring men down, they can also uplift men in ways like other men can't.
Yeah, that's why the phrase that happens behind every great, powerful man, there's a woman. The woman drives him to be what he is. So I think people miss that fact in that, like, they're not asking why are people attracted to this. Well, that's my theory of why. I'm probably backed by science somewhere. But
I think this character reminds me of Aerith from Final Fantasy, who also had
the medieval era waifu.
Who also carried flowers, but like it's that archetype of that wholesome girl.
Yeah, she was a wholesome girl minding her own business, and she ended up with a bad boy, a terrorist, and an eco-terrorist at that.
Yeah,
and then starts doing terroristic things.
This character emphasizes warmth and softness. Mm-hmm. And those are two things that guys really find welcoming. They feel that they can take off that armor, that emotional armor, and allow themselves to be vulnerable around someone like this.
Yes. And Valkyrie also pointed out this is one of the oldest historical events of simphood ever. Remember why Troy started? A beautiful woman, the face that launched 1,000 ships. Now, depending on which story you read, it's the face that launched 1,000 ships, or it's the face that launched 1,000 ships the other way.
Yeah.
But anyways, we have some news about Aftermath D, Red Pine Lake. Rumor character is a cover on this thing. Oh, did I?
Hang on. Oh, spoiler cover.
Yeah.
Did you want me to do the second one? You had 2 links. No, that was just the store. Never mind.
The first one. Now, it wow, it doesn't cover it. Wow. Okay. So, anyways, if X is gonna slap an adult label on my post, don't worry about it. It's not actually like not you. I don't think it's not YouTube friendly because we've seen worse on YouTube. But
yeah.
If X is going to slap an adult label on my post, I may as well actually make them adult. Recent feedback tells me you campers want NSFW romance scenes, shower, skinny dipping, bikini and nude outfits, and double check sex with the undead. So yeah, I made a little. I'm pretty sure it's sarcastic, but yeah, this guy has
freaks out there.
Yeah. What's the status on the game?
We got more coverage on it. So if y'all remember, right, he lost his team, so he's a solo dev now.
Mm-hmm.
He lost his team. I just thought he just got banned on Steam because of the.
No,
their crowdfunding didn't work.
The crowdfunding didn't work, and so TJ kind of pondered a little bit and did some thinking. He's going to continue with the solo single-player story, work on it himself, and this is just what he's doing because he wants to make
I did not know this.
Yeah,
I've been trying to get TJ.
They couldn't secure any funding, and that's why
I completely missed that.
Yeah.
I will say that I've been trying to get TJ on. So TJ, if you're watching, check your DMs. I've been harassing you once a month. We did have Liminal devs on, and we're gonna the Liminal Point devs on, and we're gonna have next month the Luminary devs, the TV table. We got confirmation on that. I just have to remind them a week before, so keep checking back. It'll be in July. But TJ, if you're there, yeah, we're a small group, but we like to showcase your games and talk about your games. So definitely come on.
I know I've been following his post about it because the game perked my interest.
But Dash asked if there's any updates on this, and well, there we do. There's an update. He's adjusted the walking animation and test build will allow you to switch outfits if you can find it. So yeah, you're gonna have outfit coverage, and he's been working on the animation, which does seem a little bit more polished.
I wanted to see. I'm always curious about this with like flashlights. Ooh, is that like shadow cast? Oh, it is. Well, look at the wheelchair. I don't know if you can see this. When the light comes on, shadow cast from the wheelchair. Ooh, that's good.
And that's interesting because when you do shadows on meshes, it actually deals with a lot of processing power.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope he's got optimized because you can just click cast shadows or not when you do the mesh corrections. I think he's using Unreal Engine for this.
I think so.
But
it looks like it.
And I like them.
Definitely needs a little jiggle though.
I'm pretty sure that's last on there because look, even the way she does her light is still crude, right? When she's showing her light, it's just moving the shoulder arm up, so it's almost robotic.
Yeah, but, it's like very template.
Yeah, but I'm not going to complain about it. It's an indie dev, and he's doing it as a solo dev now. So, TJ, get your game out on Steam, so you get a demo out there, so we can try it out. So people can support you throughout your early access. So you can hire more people, hopefully, eventually. But definitely check your thing and let us know if you want it on. Time for the plot.
Oh, that's worthy of a like from him. Yeah. Distractions.
Yes, distractions. And we have more news. But before we go on, did anyone address anything on this before we go on? Because I am trying to make sure y'all say your things.
I think this cake kind of speaks for itself. TJ wants to do this, and he wants to, even if it bleeds him. Mortal Kombat is better than this game. Show your work. Show your work, Wade. No, I'm looking forward to this. Every time I see TJ post something, it's like, okay, he's not discouraged, which is something that has actually been in discussions right now with a lot of indie devs. Is like they'll spend 4 years on their game and they just feel crushed because they don't feel like they've been making progress. So I hope TJ keeps going.
Oh yeah, that's a real problem. Because like, here's something I'm going to point out. People don't realize it. They think it's so easy to make a game, or some will even some people commenting will even say, just make your own game engine. Do you understand how hard it is to make a game engine by yourself? That's why most indie devs use game engines that you just download and use assets. You want to know why people use Unreal Engine? It's not just because it's like some big awesome thing. It's because they also offer free assets every month.
Yep.
And so over time, you can get thousands of assets to build games with. And the blueprints as well, if you're a solo dev, helps as well. I was a freelancer, and I'm still in secret making my own game, and I haven't even gotten to changing in-game meshes. All right, I'm still using a 3D open world game. But because I'm focused on this, I make a bit of time, like maybe an hour or 2 a day, maybe 3 hours actually, depends. And I still work on my game. And I had to cut back a lot because I am a solo dev. And one thing I'm nervous about mentioning is the fact that, yes, I want to put jiggle physics in there. Yes, I want to have good, gameplay, and it's hard sometimes. But also, it's like, you know what? Just because people are going to read about it, I'm going to add an NSFW patch. So there's going to be some stuff, and you're playing as a villain, so you just pointing that out there. You're not supposed to cheer for him, but the balance of the story, I had to make him relatable. Yet you can do some things you're like, oh, I'm gross and appalled by this. So yeah, even with the NSFW patch, because it's right now it's unfiltered. I haven't removed anything out, and you're like, why are you doing this? Like, well, I'm letting you become a villain. You choose if you're going to do this thing or not me. It's just in the game. You choose. But yeah, or even like with going back to TJ's thing, kudos on him for continuing on with this. Like, that's what I'm going to add with character. Kudos, because a lot of people fail within the first year of making a game, meaning they give up because it's hard.
Yeah,
you have to have passion. If you don't have passion, go to AAA. They'll pay you to make a game regardless.
Yeah.
All right, but what were you showing us here?
Oh, I was closed it out accidentally. Noita, you mentioned custom engine. This is a 100% custom engine that was developed just for this game, so that every single aspect of this world is destructible. And that's kind of one of the things that really made it sell.
Looks like that guy. I saw that scene a while ago. I was like, is that guy running and taking a leak at the same time?
He's spewing out liquid, which is building. It's like having a chemical reaction with the water or something.
Not going to lie, this game looks like pure chaos.
It is. I played... I can't remember if there was a demo or whether or not I actually bought it, but I made like 10 minutes into the game before I started getting my ass kicked. This is like Souls level unforgiving. This is a tough game, but if you can master it and figure out that you can destroy everything in this world, you will become a god. But it's very tough. But it looks cool.
And I guarantee you, it wasn't easy to make that engine. And it's not solo dev, isn't it? It's a team.
I think so. That's the only thing they've done so far.
Yeah. But yeah, see, it's hard to make, but you get to have passion. If it was a solo dev, I can only imagine how long it took them to make this.
Long time.
I tried making my own game engine, and I gave up after a while.
Oof.
And it was a 2D game engine. It was a 2D game engine. because once I got close, like mine was able to do render 1-bit graphics. My problem was, okay, now I need assets. I'm not a greatest pixel artist. I can't afford to hire a pixel artist. Let me look at the lights. We'll just go to Unreal Engine. But right now, the game I'm making right now, I had the Unreal Engine, but I'm also using RPG Maker to kind of help. So I'm using two engines. One is kind of helping me flesh things out, and then I move it into Unreal Engine because it's easier.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So it's double work, but it's helping me see things I didn't see before. But yeah. Other than that, do y'all remember the liminal point devs?
Yep.
Hold on. Well, shoot. Okay.
They're on their way. They achieve greatness. Players massing, sales climbing, legends are rising. The gaming milestones.
Yes, the gaming milestones. And speaking of liminal point devs we had on last week, some of those videos were scheduled to come out this week, I believe. I have to double check everything. But they had showed that their daughter had made one of their some art for their game, right? They say our daughter is one of this is the female dev, Lady Zero. She goes, our daughter is one of Liminal Point's biggest fans. She loves Lyra, the monsters, and all the trailers. Today she painted this for Daddy's game. Should we scan it and put it into Dimension somewhere? I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
Some of us, I saw this part where they can turn it into an enemy, and I thought, I just imagine this being an art piece that attacks you.
Yeah.
If you observe it too long, have a timer go off, and then it leaps off the wall and jumps at you. It's like, yes, I would love that.
Oh, I got a better idea. Okay, so she has some cleavage on her, right? You know how, like in the original Lollipop Repop in certain games, you look at the under the skirt, she kicks the camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
How about with that? Based on going off with your idea, how about if you look at down her cleavage long enough, monsters just spawn and attack you
From the booby trap.
Yeah, or if you're just standing around and it looks like the camera angle is just enough where it looks like you're staring at the ass too long, you get ambushed by monsters. Monsters just spawn around you. You can do it all you want, but there's a cost.
Yep. There is a consequence. Live or die. Make your choice.
Yeah. I can't wait for this game, though. But yes, Liminal Point, go wishlist it now. They're talking about they're getting it closer to launch. So, and if you haven't watched it, we do have it as past DragonCast season 5. If I remember the episode correctly. So if you want to watch the devs conversation with us, it was a fun time. They were only supposed to be there for an hour, and they were there at the beginning for an hour and a half. So,
yep,
great conversation. But speaking of great conversations and great things, Dash, you like Metroidvanias, right?
Oh, hell yeah, I do.
Have you heard of basically Echoes of the Past?
No, I have not heard of Echoes of the Past. Please tell me about it.
You haven't. It has 15,000 wish lists on Steam.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's a 3D Metroidvania inspired by Mobius, and it has just reached 15K wish list. Get it now.
Developed by Soul Brothers.
3D Metroidvania. Interesting.
Yeah. And
That's very smooth.
It's coming out on the 19th, so just before Father's Day. So Dash, get your sugar baby to get you this for as a sugar daddy Father's Day gift.
Or you can also try the demo.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to download that.
Oh, it's got grinding.
Yep.
I got to download that in the background while we're doing stuff.
Yep. And would you consider completing a game a milestone?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no, that's not the one.
What the hell is this?
Oh, I jumped ahead. Go ahead. We'll do that one first. Hail 3D, go ahead. Then any dev is working on an animated pose reference app for artists. So basically, you pose the characters for designing and drawing and stuff. So I thought this was interesting because it's technically not a game, but at the same time, I would say this would help because like a lot of animators I worked with, they would post stuff like this or have images in the background showing how they're supposed to walk and stuff, and they would animate that way since we didn't have
Having pre-made assets for animation is very, very good. I know this from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Like functioning rigged assets that are ready to go, fully animated, and then all you have to do is just like you can tweak them a little bit. Yeah, it's a good idea. And looks like this program has a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting, and
Great
it's a little
point.
laughable, but Host Studios, you
Yeah, how much does that go for on Steam?
I don't know. I think it's a very niche audience, obviously for artists, but it's something that was interesting for people who want to build games or want to draw and they can't afford or find the right poses. You can make your own.
So it depends. I'm going to load up the search results. They have a few options.
Oh, look, Kata loves that.
Oh, God.
And one thing I'll say, beaten hands are the hardest to draw.
I've heard. I've heard, yeah.
I've gotten better at it before, but I've never fully mastered it.
Mm.
And that was before my injury got too bad.
But yeah, there's a lot. There's free stuff. There's not free stuff. There's cheap stuff. Like, well, that's their actual game that they made.
Yeah.
I think this is the one that Dash was curious about. Go away.
Oh, no price tag.
It's not even
It's
out,
not out
yet.
yet.
Interesting.
It's coming in Q4, so probably the fall.
But yeah, there you go.
I wonder if they'll have a way for you to say upload animations into Unreal Engine 5 or Creation Kit from Bethesda, or I don't know about Bethesda because I think they have their own animation engine that they use.
Mm.
Yeah, everything is used to power their. Well, it used to be called Gamebryo, now it's called Creation Engine. So, and as much as I have a love-hate relationship with Gamebryo and Creation Engine, I love modding it. Right, I love modding in it, but at the same time, I hate it because there are times where when you do work, it just crashes on you.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that one. There is that, but it depends. It depends. Like when I was getting to game design, one of the first things I had is figure drawing, which is they have a nude model in the middle of the studio and you have to paint it. And remember, this is California.
Mm-hmm.
So these nude models were actually professors, 50-year-old professors, fat, ugly, saggy, yeah. Now it just ruined it for me. That when I look, and I think that was probably the intent, but still the psychological trauma of it. I can look at a woman and not completely goon off her.
You have been properly programmed into anti-goon mode.
Oh no, it's not like properly. Like they would even say it's proper because they got upset at some of the characters I draw. But I can, when I look at a woman now, I'm observing how she looks in the environment from an artistic point of view.
Yeah.
So I still have that air quotes male gaze, but it's not like how most men are like now. But there are occasions where I do turn ahead because there's one that's that attractive. But most of the times when I'm just observing like normal men, it's not the same anymore. That's another reason why I like stylized, because then I'm like, oh, I can get off this because the trauma's not there.
Look at all that wrist.
Yeah. Light and shadow. You can change the fatness or muscularity of it. So
This
you
is
can go
just-
really.
This is Thing the Simulator from Adam's Family.
Yeah. Well, I actually have a wooden hand version of that.
Oh.
I still because like yeah, we had to have I have a scale model of a foot, I have a scale model of a hand, I have a scale model of a head, and I even had the wooden dummies and even some posable action figure versions of those dummies that came from ironically the same people that make the Gundam models, just to draw before my injury got too severe.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's on you. That's not my problem. But it is a problem. Like I said, I would consider this a milestone, which is rare. Like most people play and complete a game, right? But you want to talk about a milestone for gamers. Only 7.6% of players have actually completed the main story of Crimson Desert more than 2 months after release.
Wow.
Yeah,
I had
crazy.
to go back in there. I just got past chapter 7 a month ago.
Crimson Desert.
Yeah,
I got 40 hours in. And I don't think I'm past chapter 3 yet. But I haven't played it in a while either.
I was trying to speed run the main story, and I forget how many hours I have, but I did make it to chapter 7. But I was speed running the whole thing. That's how massive this game is. In a way, I think they kind of outdid themselves.
Would you say this is considerably larger than Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, I would say so.
Wow.
I have both loader. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2, but there's just so much to do. There's so much fucking detail. And the story's just so fucking long.
Damn.
Yeah. And look at that. Shadowborn. I'm not finished with Crimson Desert with 135 hours.
Jeez.
I think someone had 900 hours and finally finished the game, but a lot of people were like, fuck this. They got the silver trophy achievement for it on PlayStation.
I don't have the time for that. I have like almost 1,000 hours in Team Fortress 2 spread across like 4 to 6 years. There's no way I can put that kind of time into a game now.
That's what this game is doing it for me. Where I did I think I'm not even going to stream this game. Like I wanted to, but there's just so much there. I guess I could say I could be streaming it for a year or two and still not be done with it because I stream for like an hour to 5 hours depending.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh no. Do you know there are other areas outside?
That's how massive the game is.
Damn. This makes my brain hurt.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I haven't played it more than I have right now is because I think it's maybe a little too big.
Yeah. I think they overdid themselves and not in a good way in this case. It was too large. And you get the mods on the game, he says.
I mean, it's great. I mean,
Mhm.
I love the concept. The gameplay is fun. It's a beautiful game, but it just may be too big. I may never finish it.
Yeah. It's one of those games I'm going to try to force to finish it, but I'm probably going to give up and just do like every few hours when I get the itch. Like it's one of the games I've had that I played that I'm still playing that's been on the longest uncompleted. Like I still have it downloaded on my computer, and I'm just sitting there like I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's like to be perfectly honest.
That's me and Red Dead.
Yeah, they did make Blizzard. That is true, and I'm not saying anything bad about it. But it was an online game.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes it you come in and just play whenever you want. But here, a single player game, I think it's too and it was originally designed to be an online game, but it was too massive.
A massive MMO is what it is.
Very massive. I'm like, holy shit, dude. But
this is probably what the developers of Kingdoms of Amalur wanted to do and should have done had they had the proper funding and leadership. This is what they could have made, but instead
that's a fun game. Kingdoms.
It is fun. It is very fun, but you can kind of tell like they had to really put the cordon off area to make it smaller than what they originally wanted. They wanted to take over WoW, and they're just no, you can't. Azeroth's too big.
Yeah. But I will say, if you think that questions your brain, you should check out this what this Subnautica 2 player did.
Oh.
See if you can put the audio in it. I don't know if you can. Oh, we can't hear it. All right. So this is some player's base, right? You're visiting your bro's aquarium. And as Karis knows, I've been decorating his base when we were playing. Nice aquarium, a little big, you know. Even the rooms I make for Karis aren't this grand and big, you know. Until you get to and it's actually showing the how I don't know, but if people don't know, that's the Shrieker Leviathan, and it only spawns and comes after you if you go out of bounds. So clearly he's in bounds because that's the shallow reef area, the beginning stage, and people don't understand how did he get that in the game. I sat there, looked at the thing. I was trying to formulate and plan and like consider like how we could do this for Karis's base. Tried it on mine. I still can't figure out how he did that without using some sort of cheat.
That's the only thing I can think of is he had to enable developer console somehow and spawn that bitch in there right where he is.
That's
like
build
around. This probably wasn't the first rendition. He probably had to go through several iterations because that thing is like perfectly contained. Like the fucking whales on Star Trek 4 weren't as contained as this thing is. So this probably went through a lot of trial and error, but it's impressive.
Yeah, and that's just shows you the dedication gamers will be like, if I could do this, I wonder if I can do that. And when they found out they could, like when I did the World Tree swim, when I swam, I used no mods. It took me hours because I sat there, used the active camouflage. When he came by, you could hear the Leviathan coming. I froze so he wouldn't see me. And the only thing I was doing, and this is what took another reason why it took so many hours, is sometimes the collisions would hit me, and then obviously I died. Right? I had to respawn. I tried using a submarine to get as far as I could, all that stuff, but it took me 4 hours to get to the world tree at the end in that map.
Jeez, I didn't have that patience. I turned in God mode on, and I got my little ship, and I went past the tree. You stopped at the tree. I went 4,000 kilometers outside the known developed world to get my other ship back.
Oh, let me correct you. I didn't stop at the tree. I stopped on the tree.
Or yeah, you stopped on the tree.
Yeah, I was on the tree. And then later on, I got the mods and did the God mode to come back and get the submarine and stuff. It's like there's no way on God screen or if I'm swimming 4 or 5 hours just to dismantle those submarines and pick up those black boxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't scan, craft, build. There's nothing you can do.
You can't build. You can scan. And sometimes when the Retriever Leviathan is chasing you, because one of my bases was at the border, it will come past the wall, but it will de-aggro once that does and tries to swim back into the thing. So if you're fast enough or you have another player, you could probably build those walls up. But that's, like I said, that could take a shitload of planning and trial, like Kara said, trial and error.
So even if they did, like, the walls at the end of my frame, and you build some kind of containment, and you get that bitch in there, you then have to systematically build walls that move this thing over to your base. You have to shift this thing's position over. Mm-hmm. That's insane. That's insane.
What I want to see next after this, the Collector Leviathan. Put the Collector Leviathan in there. And then the other one, the one that's docile. The one that doesn't attack you no matter what. I forget its name. I finally found it and scanned it because it shows up random.
Oh, wow.
I was like, okay, now I had the full codex.
Well, so this is Subnautica 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the early access. You can technically do this in the early access once you get everything. It's just how.
Yeah. But we have some more news for Subnautica 2. Moving on.
Yes.
So Dark 2 developer Unknown Worlds has revealed new content coming in the underwater survival game in the weeks and months ahead, teasing a new vehicle and a new region. And one thing I will say is, like, some people, once they completed the early access, people have been digging into the files. And even cheat code will let you do this with the mods. But you can, they've been showing that there's an unfinished, like, not even like, just it's just a box mesh, right? Like a box of a sub that will have docking ports for 4 tadpoles.
Wow.
So I'm like, I hope that's the one they're coming out with next. But I'm pretty sure as well, if they do that, we'll probably never build bases ever again because we have a mobile transport base.
That's what I've been kind of waiting for. Also, some extended gamer cake there. Unintentional.
Yeah.
But once I got familiar with the Cyclops in the first Subnautica, and I learned that you can put the lockers on the walls in the halfway point between, I think it's like the main cabin and the engine room. I didn't build any more bases. I didn't see any to. I had my Enterprise D, and I just went around the world collecting everything. There was no need to build a base. I'd like to do that here, but it might be a while before I can do that.
Yeah. But that's it for the gaming updates. We did shorten it this time because we wanted to give more focus on the conversation. And I also knew the God of War and stuff was going to cause us to have some conversation. So I'm getting better at predicting this. But now it's coming for upcoming games, including the Dragonborn, Dovahkiin, on Good Old Games.
Oh.
Yes, and 75% off for $10. I didn't check if you can get both editions. I just see the special edition, but you can probably get both. But the legendary or the special. But yeah, so if you don't want to play it on Steam, you can get it with here. And I took a quick look, but I did not see the EULA notification on there. So
I'm looking for it as well. Nope, I do not see any EULA on here. That is interesting.
So there is that. Now, I'm trying to get better at it, but one thing I will be putting on upcoming games is let you know if there's a EULA in these upcoming games. So that way you don't have to read them if you don't want to. You can read them if you want to, but that's on you. And Alan says he has it on GOG.
Nice.
So you can get
Stellar Blade 2 was officially announced yesterday.
Oh, really? On GOG?
Oh, you didn't hear about it? Oh, you didn't watch Summer Game Fest?
No. I wanted to play. Look that up. Look at that. We're gonna make a clip of that if it's on there. I'm excited for this.
I forget what the subtitle is, but it's got a new protagonist, semi-new setting.
Oh, I thought you were talking about on GOG.
No, not on GOG.
Okay,
Stellar Blade 2.
Yeah, there is on that. I saw that, but I don't think I put it in the list because it was right after I sent it to Karis, and then so that is due. So Stellar Blade 2 is coming out.
Not sure when.
Stellar Blade Blood Run.
New protagonist Evie.
Yeah, that's the only thing that has me worried because you know how I feel about Eve. So I'm wondering if Eve is actually going to be in this game. I'm not mad or anything, but a little disappointed that
I'm not too happy about the short hair look.
But I have faith in them, and the cinematic trailer looked really good. It really looked good, and some of the play it was showing. But I'm a little apprehensive about Eve not being shown in it.
What's that?
Nothing. Metro 2039 announcement. No, I haven't seen that yet, but to be fair, I haven't been on the thumb as I should be this past week because of the intro video.
They did show some of the gameplay, and it looked pretty cool. And the girl looks pretty cool too.
She looks cool, but I just not a big fan of short-haired girls because I think lesbian automatically.
Well, I bet they'll have.
It's a tomboy thing. Also,
I don't
tomboys have
care.
short hair.
I don't care. I give like everyone has their thing, and for me, yeah, she might look like a tomboy because most of the women I've known that had short, not everybody, but most women I've known that had really short hair tends to be lesbian. I was like, okay, this is just lesbian vibes to me. It just became a thing by the time I hit 18, where I just like automatically think. That's probably why I'm single a lot.
That sounds like more like a youth thing, though.
That's what I just said.
This has Ghost in the Shell and Blade Runner written all over it. Aesthetically, I find this more interesting than the first Stellar Blade. But then again, I'm a sucker for stylized cyberpunk.
Not sure if it's going to be a prequel or humans coming back or. But I was disappointed not seeing Eve. I'm not disappointed at the games coming out. I was disappointed not seeing.
She's got a jiggle physics ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's got the jiggle physics, but in the game, the character design looks good. Story looks interesting.
Yeah, the character design looks good. I'm not complaining about that.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that there won't be any Eve in it.
Yeah.
They have to include some reference to Eve, even if like.
No, they confirmed it's the same universe. It's the same universe, same setting.
But is it like similar timeline? Like, is it 10 years, 100
years? I don't know
years?
where it fits on the timeline. I don't know how the original game ends.
Ah.
Yeah, you had my hopes. I'm now mad at because I was.
Well, the original game.
Maybe y'all were talking about Stellar Blade. I thought it was, thinking it was on GOG. I'm now I'm mad at y'all. I think we covered that last week. Scene.
Yeah, it came out recently.
Yeah.
And the gameplay looks awesome.
Yeah.
This looks more full. When I played the demo for Stellar Blade, I was not convinced.
Yeah.
Well, this is Shift Up. You know there's going to be jiggle.
Yeah, they're Korean devs. They're not Western devs.
They're not going to sacrifice jack shit.
They're not Ubisoft yet. Knock on wood. Oh, hey. Biker Door. Just pulled up right in front of your actual name. I know your name. Just give me a moment. Let me remember.
Oh, yeah. Here. Go ahead.
I can't remember his name. But yeah, hello. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to try
that right there. That's your Ghost in the Shell.
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Okay, you know what? I'm a little more forgiving because she's wearing heeled boots. Okay, yeah, we're getting those back. The thing, what was it the game journalist said when it first came out before we actually had the Stellar Blade name released? Women of a bygone era. Not so bygone now, is it?
Nope. Although, interestingly, there has been a real debate, like full-on fucking hypocrisy debate, because Lawfrey trailer was released, and gamers are being shit on saying, oh, you don't like women in games. This trailer comes out, gamers love it, and now people are saying, oh, you're a pervert. It's like, can we not fucking win? No.
Well, they already showed
I know your name. I
a picture of the model they scanned for her is 33 years old and looks that young.
My ex-wife looks like that. Looks like Eve. My ex-wife, a Korean. And Koreans are known to have flat chests or whatever. No, she looks like that. I actually, when I saw the video, the first video of it, and we were still married, I was like, did you work for this company at all? She's like, no. I was like, she looks like you. And she looks like, oh my God, her face even looks like me. And I was like, yeah. It's like, it was uncanny.
Well, good on them. They made a lot of money. They had a good game. I didn't care for the game, but it's mostly control based. But this looks good. It's a little unfortunate that it'll be PS5 exclusive, but whatever.
Oh, it's a funny thing you mentioned exclusives. You know what else is coming onto? It's not exclusive, but coming onto consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Elden Ring's Tarnished Edition launches on Nintendo Switch 2 on August 28, 2026. I will also point out that the Steam version has a EULA, but we had the Steam version out for you right now. When the mods put the link in the chat. But yes, we'll see Dash playing Elden Ring and pretending to be like, I'm a real gamer now. Like it's Steam players.
I still haven't finished the first
he
time
got sidetracked because I just did a jab at him. He didn't say shit.
He might have walked away for a moment, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And banned. But have you seen the controversy regarding this supposed uglification working pursuing the current situation in the remake of Gothic? No, I haven't.
I forgot about that game. I forgot that's being remade.
I will say, because I haven't been. I look, guys, I'm gonna put it out. If you haven't noticed, I said in the beginning, I've been so focused on getting the Men's Health intro up and running. I did not do many live streams except for what was already scheduled. I did not do any videos other than when I promised was coming out. I was so fixated and autistically motivated on this intro because Men's Health and PTSD Awareness Month, as you could tell from my intro with the Facts IQ, I really wanted that to come out. I actually, like you could ask the crew, I was almost ready to give up Friday night and say, fuck it, I'll just mention it. And then I tried one more time.
I was at the gym and I see you post something, you're like, fuck it. And I could just see the anger and the frustration that you couldn't get it the way you wanted. It's like, well, let's take a look at this. Like he's on to something good here. So yeah. This was a big deal for this intro. So just deal with it. You didn't get a video.
But we do got a super sticker for $2 Canadian. Thank you, Dorian. I know your name is. It's just that when you say Bikador, I'm like, I know the name, and I can't want to say Bikador because of Steam. But we'll give you. What shall we give you here? What would be a good one for you?
What do you have hiding?
Oh no, I deleted it. Oh fuck. Oh, we'll give you by one.
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
Just because.
Yes, but yeah, just for $2 Canadian, he sends a, looks like, I'm looking on my YouTube, it looks like a game controller thumbs up sticker.
Yep.
Saying GG's. So yeah, thank you for your donation, and I hope you're doing well, Dorian. I haven't been able to see you live, but I heard you've been looking at the Dragon Bites, which is awesome. So I hope you're enjoying it. But continuing on, there's another game coming to a console, and it's your Final Fantasy.
Oh
no,
you have these out of order, so I'm trying to keep up.
Okay, I had these out of that. Oh, Resident Evil. I'm jumping ahead. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and go. Why is it showing Age of Memories?
What? Final Fantasy.
Go to the Code Veronica. That's the one we'll do first.
Yeah.
Okay, but yes, Resident Evil Veronica is announced. The remake was revealed at this year's Summer Game Fest live stream. So if you like Veronica, I like how they did the cover there. Look at that.
That looks really reminiscent of like the kind of cover art for Perfect Dark back in the day. Very mysterious, very unsure, like who is this person? It's simple. You got some nice red lighting there, very effective.
Yeah. But for the Final Fantasy Rebirth, we'll just I guess you can show the Xbox page. If we don't have it. But yes, Final Fantasy is now Rebirth is now available for Xbox, and we have both the Steam page and the Xbox page. Let's put it out there. We'll put that out there. We're trying to run for this because we're running a little behind despite the smaller amount of content. So we're just gonna speed through these. But the next one is Why Did Dead Face, Karis?
Oh, where there we go.
Yes, this is Dead Faces, a mind-bending psychological horror where fractured memories, haunted faces from the past, and disturbing truth unravel as you descend into broken minds of a man desperate to remember. Now, as you obviously know, this is a very familiar account. It's probably co-related to Karis, Karis Gaming, Karis, probably. But the reason why you're going to start seeing more of these isn't because I'm like being too chummy with Karis. It saves me some fucking time, and I get to promote other games. So if you notice, even last year I showed some of my own tweets because we're trying to promote more games, and yeah, you're going to see that. If you're like, well, why don't you show Bo's post or Dash's post? Well, because they're not showing posts on my stream. I'm like, yeah, I wanted to showcase indie games or something. But I do showcase them when I see them, when I think they're relevant to Dragon Bites. Sometimes they're too big for Dragon Bites. But yes.
I'm trying to remember one of these devs. It might have been this dev. Since I've started doing these daily posts, I have developers following me and
Awesome.
like retweeting stuff, liking stuff. And they don't say anything to me, but they're following me. And it's like, you're making a game? All right, we're promoting it. We're showing it off. Looks cool. So yeah, I really like that. I've started doing
cool
that.
graveyard. That is a cool graveyard.
Mm-hmm. And it is on Steam. So I think you wish it was on Steam. But yeah, that's great that they're following you. So at least following someone. Moving on to The Florist, a beautiful survival horror with an incredible indie team. Tell us your favorite flowers. They might just kill you. This actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. This is another developer that followed me just the other day. I wonder, is there... Nope, nothing yet for it. Some of these devs, they've already got demos out, but others not so much.
Yeah.
This reminds me of, for those who played Arkham Asylum, and you had, it was either Arkham Asylum or Arkham City, when you had to deal with the hell's her name? I'm drawing a blank. Poison Ivy. I got a lot of reminiscent memories from this. Just the fact that Ivy's entire area, everything about it would try and kill you. And it's like, ooh, are we gonna get that here? I hope so.
Oh yeah. And if you're thinking, well, I don't want to play a game with a flower girl that's trying to kill me, and stuff like that, well, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you'd like to try a remake of Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
Yes, Wizards of the Coast are developing an official remake of Baldur's Gate 2. Now, I'm going to put this out before I go continuing. People are saying, oh, yeah, Baldur's Gate 2 is going to be just as good as Baldur's Gate 3. Two things. Larian Studios made Baldur's Gate 3, and they said they're not making any more Baldur's Gate games. They're focusing on their own shit. So they're not going to be the ones doing Baldur's Gate 2. But nothing has been officially announced yet. But sources suggest the project is in the works and could involve people who worked on the original game. So the original,
ex-BioWare people?
Yes. That's what they're saying.
I'm a little worried.
Yeah, a little worried. But here's one thing that Pirate Nation forgets. I just mentioned it. With the massive success of Baldur's Gate 3, though, it wouldn't be surprising to see Wizards making it. Yes, but as gamers and people like to cover games up, we have to make note and let people know. Larian Studios says they're not making any more Baldur's Gate games. They're focusing on their own IPs. So obviously there's something going on with Wizards of the Coast, and then they're like, fuck it, we're not working with these guys again. Maybe Wizards of the Coast was too demanding, too pressuring, it was too much of a headache, and not worth, continuing.
Oh, I absolutely, totally believe that was the case with Lorien. They probably asked them to censor a lot of shit. Like, people have said that there are, even though orcs are playable in the story, there are no important orc NPCs in the game.
Interesting.
Yep. There's no friendly orcs, that is. But in the original lore of D&D, that's a fact. You couldn't even play as an orc. You had to play as a half-orc. And people people started making this thing that orcs were, evil orcs were racist. And the next thing they did in D&D 5.5, they try to make it as one D&D. They're just gonna make that one D&D, like the last edition. They made orcs Mexican.
Well, they're already backtracking on. Oh no, there was some of the art makes them look like illegal immigrants. If you've seen the picture.
And the goblins were supposed to be Jews or something like that. I'm like, the fuck are you getting Jews and Mexicans and what the?
People saw the movie Bright and took it too literally.
Oh, yeah, the movie that didn't actually have a proper screenwriter. Yeah.
What? Landis is a good screenwriter.
And
For what?
I'm going to have all the originals.
Wait, did you not see Chronicle?
No, I never saw Chronicle.
That's the best movie he was ever attached to.
He was attached to, not that he developed himself.
Oh no, he was fully involved in Chronicle.
Uh-huh.
Landis was fully involved with Chronicle.
I'm quite sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yep. I'm just kidding. But we're trying to move through this. Anyone have any thoughts before we go? Because we have.
Why would they remake Baldur's Gate 2? If they're going to remake them, why not start with the first one and then go and see?
Well, it could be like a Silent Hill 2 situation where the second one's more popular than the
I
original.
got a better answer for that. WotC's credibility is so shot. It's shot worse than the U.S. government that they can't make the games themselves because it will get roasted to fucking hell, just like D&D and their Magic cards you've been doing in the past. It's got roasted to hell. So Larry doesn't want to make Baldur's Gate. He probably could get to Baldur's Gate 1 devs aboard. I don't know. So my theory is, hey, Baldur's Gate 2 devs, would you like to help make Baldur's Gate 2 with us? And then they said, yeah, we're going to let this rumor go out that we had the Baldur's Gate 2 devs working on this game with us. Nothing's official yet, but here's a leak for you guys just to see how that plays out. That's why they're not doing Baldur's Gate 1. They probably got the Baldur's Gate 2 devs interested in working with them on the game.
That's what this could be, is just testing the waters to see how people actually take to this.
Oh, Dash, you have something in the... I just saw this.
Oh yeah, this is the game I wanted to show last week that I didn't get to show.
Okay.
This is for the end of the show because it.
Oh, this is for the end of the show. Okay, cool. All right.
Dash is done. He's like, "Fuck this shit. I'm out."
No, I'm not fucking off. I
know.
We're almost done.
Oh no, we're almost done with the dragon bites. We still got this conversation. That's why we're trying to rush these things because it's all right. 2 hours, and we don't have that much on the list. We have one more game on the list, but we got to some. I did it right. I tried to keep it short, but I knew some of these topics would be discuss worthy. Go ahead. I think if anyone else has anything to say, we're going to see the last game that came out and get into the main topics.
I'm good.
All right. Well, as fate would have it, there's a keeper among us. Fate Keeper, a fantasy RPG mix of Dark Souls and Skyrim with 60K wishlist, is out now at 20% off. This is one of the games I recommended.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Ooh, you can blow shit up. Hold on. Did you Foos Da that motherfucker off the...
I think so. And people, I'm wondering how many people haven't that are wishlisted that realize that's an asset flip. Those are some of the items. Some of those building meshes and stuff are from the marketplace. But there's 60K wish lists. Nice. So maybe what I want to think about before we speak about asset flips games is just saying because there's some good ones out here.
Cancel asset flip.
They lost my interest with it being first person.
Well, yeah, because you have to focus on the game, not someone's ass.
No. See, hold on. Where is it? There's an ass. There's some piece of ass. It's not the right one, but it's a piece of ass. I'm trying here.
I think the game did say it had first and third person view.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, if I remember correctly. I'm probably going to get the game later on and see for stuff, but you can get it for 20% off.
Oh, wow. $8, people. Hell, I'll get it.
Yeah. And here's the thing, it's an early access game. So if you get it now, you're not paying full price for it when it's out of early access. That's how a lot of these things work. You get it for cheaper, and as they add more content, they raise the price, which is fair. It's just business. You pay for it. So get it now, and that way you get free updates. Or if you want to support the dev, just get it now. Don't get it refunded. delete the game, and then buy it each time if you want to do that. But that's just like nonsense. But yeah, Fate Keeper. Get it now.
Ooh, yeah, the graphics aren't that only 3070
Mm-hmm.
or a 6800 XT.
Yeah.
This is reasonable. I'm sold.
Yep. All right. That being said, ends Dragon Bites, and we're going to get into the main topic for today. Now, this was a topic I wanted to discuss because I noticed this in my current observations. But let me put it this way: you have a hard day, you go work at McDonald's, right? You come home, your mom yells at you for not getting married, getting out of the house, not giving her some grandkids. Your dad is telling you how much you're wasting time and everything, and you're just feeling really shitty about your day. Nothing going right. So you go downstairs into your basement, right? Never to show yourself until it's time to work again. Didn't shower. All those stereotypes, blah blah blah. No, that's not the one.
I at least put perfume on.
Yeah. But anyways, you play a game, and for some reason, when you play a game with your friends or just by yourself, you kind of feel happy again. All your stress just washes away. All right, so clearly I did the trope, but if you actually think about this, we're using the Pew Research Center's thing, and that's the one where I say 2.2 billion gamers are men. All right, which is half of the male population of the world, 4 billion. But I gotta go make sure check on my kid real quick. Do apologize, but I thought we'd start off everything with what the real gamer is with this conversation, and then we're gonna point out some other things. Some of the things we're gonna talk about is can online games help solve the male loneliness epidemic? Online social support for gaming, and games activates reward regions of the brain in men, and how games can help men's mental health. So that's the topic for today, along with game lobbies. So if y'all can cover for me real quick, I'll be right back to join the conversation.
I don't think games solve loneliness. I think the new AI hacking up with this girlfriend robots will.
Yeah, there's definitely an increase in that, and that could definitely be a topic all of its own. Just the level of increase that
I think games
there's a lot of, I mean, them AI girlfriend robots. I'll just put it that way. They learn your personality quirks. They'll talk about anything other than girlfriend stuff. And I don't know. It could be scary and interesting at the same time. It ain't going to solve. That won't solve no world population problem, though.
I'll read this a little bit. Half of men and comparable number of women. That's interesting. Say they ever play video games on a computer, TV, game console, or portable device like a cell phone. However, men are more than twice as likely as women to identify as gamers. Some 50% of women and 48%. I say it, 50% of men and 40% of women play video games, while 15% of men and 6% of women say the term gamer describes them well. Where are they
I
getting
personally think video games do help with the mental health. And, it's good because, there is a loneliness epidemic, and games, they help, that's that sense of escapism that I think is really important.
Yeah.
Even the sense of community, with social games.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking about years ago when, now I have, I'm surprisingly far more busy, but when I was working grocery, I had just built my first real beefy computer. It was Windows 7 era, and most of my friends that were current were all online. all the in-person friends that I did know, they had moved off, or I moved somewhere, and I didn't have access to talk with them anymore. So all my current friends were online. And yeah, you get lonely and you want to reach out online to talk to those friends and hey, let's go do something. Let's play a game. Let's go raid a dungeon or something. You want that camaraderie. And yeah, I would say in my 20s I was very much a gamer. I still am, definitely, but it was definitely something that, like, there's people that say, oh, I read books, or
Nice
I do
recovery. I almost banned you.
what?
When you said I was a gamer, I was literally hovering over to remove it. And you said I am now. It's like, nice recovery.
Well, I was assessing my words. It's like, why did I say was? Like, that's dumb. I have retired from gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a shoddy thing now. No.
Yep.
But yeah, I've really always been, like, top 5 hobbies has been gaming. Probably even more than music. And I went to college for music. But music, it's a hobby that I do. It's like, okay, I'm having a little bit of fun here. But, like, gaming is it's not just the hobby. It's therapy. It's, oddly enough, research. Like, I'll play a game like Assassin's Creed. I didn't really understand the Crusades very well. And then playing the games, I got curious, like, what is the deal with, like, Italian history and the Crusades that happened, like, back in 1191? Like, I want to read a little bit about that. So yeah, it's at first feelers of research of learning something that I didn't know about or didn't get taught in school.
Yeah.
So it covers lots.
And one thing I'll mention is, remember we were playing, I was introducing you to Paranormal Cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the game needs polish. All right, I'll point that out. The game needs polish. But I was telling Karis about the concepts, the mechanics, the design. I was really engaged in this game. I can proceed to 2. Like, we were playing it for Fast Inc., and I missed the first 2 sessions of it because of things going on IRL, so I couldn't play the gate in the first two sessions. And when I started playing, everyone else was at level 30 or level 20 or something like that. I can't remember. They were high level me, basically. And after the game, I kept going back in there, and I can prestige twice now. The GUI is very basic. There's no design. There's not a lot of design to it. There's some glitches and bugs with the game. And I said, if it had polish, this would be a really good game, because the concept is you're a janitor cleaning out these areas with paranormal activities and exercising the ghost at the same time. And it was a very fun and interesting game. I think me and Carrot, we played a couple of sessions together off stream a couple of times.
Oh yeah, where it just got late, and it's like, you know what? I don't really have the energy to stream. It would take me like 15 minutes to set up. Fuck it, I just want to play something. Let's go.
Yeah.
Clean some crazy cat lady artist's house up. As she loses her mind, we have to burn her garage.
Even though the toilet sound was annoying and loud, it was just something satisfying about just running around cleaning and then just letting off steam, making jokes. Like, I know how a woman feels. I got to hurry up with before the ghost beats my ass.
The true woman simulator.
Yeah. But no, it's like everything. The difference between a player and a game is a player will just play for a pastime. They're like, okay, I come home, I'm tired. They see the controller and the remote, and I might pick up the controller, and then they just switch over to a TV later on. Gamers, right? Actual gamers who identify as gamers, they're passionate about games. They play a game. They like. Perfect example is God of War. People talk about I can't say the right word. Let's basically let down, subverting the expectations. People expected Kratos because that's what God of War is. When you say God of War, it's not Goddess of War, it's God of War. And then you have what about his partner? It's supposed to be a spin-off, sure. You can say
his
that.
dead partner, I might add.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Wow.
She's dead. See, even though I don't play the game, I follow the lore. But Kratos was what people wanted, and they're not mad that there's a woman in the game. They're mad because they were expecting something else. The game was always meant to be a high testosterone game. Yes, he's been smoothed out a lot for Ragnarok, I believe. He's very like slow. And people made things like, well, you got to think about it. He's in the Norse mythology area, so he's gonna have a slower, steadier talk. I'm like, okay, fine, that's fair, but people still critiqued about it. They expected that the guy is gonna like, oh, you're trying to mess with my son. I'm not gonna reason with you, or I'm gonna destroy all of you. I'm gonna tear you guys a new one. Yeah, like we don't get that. We didn't get that with God of War, or I shouldn't say we, but gamers didn't get that. And so gamers seeing this one, they're really getting upset. They're not, like I said, they're not upset about the life. It's like, you want to have a spinoff, make a spinoff. But we were expecting God of War Kratos. We were expecting Kratos to come back to the Greek mythology or another pantheon and ripping them a new one. Because that's what he was. He's the God of War. As he made a deal with the God of War, destroys Ares, becomes the new God of War. Blah, 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 blah. But that's not sexism or racism or misogyny. That was people who said, this was my passion. This was my passion. This is something I enjoyed and I consumed. And this was therapy to me, and you robbed me of it. That's what the anger is.
Now you get pink and purple colors and a cube called Frank.
From something that looks like it's from a Disney movie.
It looks like it's that cube reminds me of the gelatinous cube from D&D.
Exactly.
No. What the first vibe I got, and this harkens back several years, the Portal companion cube. Which was a very innocent cube, and it was something that it created this whole lore within Portal. It didn't say anything, it didn't speak. It just like the game gave you this ambiguous idea that it's like the Schrodinger's box, like, is the cube alive? Is it dead? And so people would protect the cube.
Well, no, the thing is, GLaDOS treated it like it was alive to make you feel guilty later on, because he wouldn't let you out until you incinerated it.
Exactly. Which I did a test once. I walked away for like 2.5 hours after, because I was testing the vocal lines. It's like, you incinerate that thing faster than anyone in history. So I did like an F9 reload, walked away for 2.5 hours, came back, and GLaDOS said the same lines. It's like, oh, okay, it's just recycled line.
Yeah, they didn't think. The Stanley Parable would have done like more thinking, because there's actually lines of dialogue that take 10 hours to do in that game. You ever played the Stanley Parable?
I did, like, when it first came out. I think someone did like a mod for it on the Source engine. This was when it was like still being introduced to everyone, but I never did like the full official release of it. I think Markiplier did. I watched him play it. So no, I'm lost, way behind on that one, unfortunately. But I believe it. I believe that there are like options within options that they're like, well, what happens if, like you said, they walk away for 10 hours? All right, let's write something for that.
The reason I'm pointing this out there is because in my video, like while we're talking about this about gamers men, while we're doing this, is people know there's that survey that went out that said girls are catching up, and it says it here too. Almost half of the gaming population is women, but look at the part here that they admit. It says that in the bottom of the part of the paragraph, I believe. Hold on. Some of 50% and 48% play video games, while 15% of men and 6% of women. All right, that part. Now, 15%. If you look at the chart there, 15% is a lot bigger than the 6, right? When I looked at the original cited source for people who play games, I had to take out all the numbers of people who played. It said played as mobile games like Candy Crush and all that stuff. And that's where I got the 2.2 billion gamers are men. It doesn't mean that there's no women gamers, but when you look at it, you have your Twitch dot streamers, right? You got those who play just for the clout and the money. And then you have people like Cult Classic Cage who are female gamers, right? They're female gamers. Shocker. But they don't make it the majority when you compare to all the male streamers. The male streamers, they don't get a lot of attention because, well, no one really sees them over men. And that's just a fact. But that's why they start getting to politics or something else just to attach the gamer thing, because they don't have a pretty, physique. Let's just put it that way. However, when we noticed that, we had to ask ourselves, why do men continue playing games? Because another thing I'll point out, and I didn't add this source in here because I flaked when I sent Karis to the list, and I'm not going for my tabs to look for it again. But you can look this up, and according to Bureau of Labor Statistics, 90% of male-dominated things are in infrastructure, military, stuff like that, right? I listed the industries. 90% were like loggers, all stuff. They're all men, right? When you add the 2.2 billion, half the world's population, to that, right, to that 90% factor, that puts you at 72% of male gamers are in those industries. All right. And I also am factoring in, because people, even though I mentioned the blue collar, the office worker, everything else, but focusing on just what society considers the most masculine jobs, military, construction, first responders, that kind of thing, people who save lives and stuff and build infrastructure and all that stuff. Those are men who play games. And half of every veteran plays games as well. But one of the statistics I pointed out was at the Dash, I hope I'm not inaccurate here. You're about 30, right?
I'm in my mid 30s. Yeah.
Okay.
Early mid 30s.
Your demographic, 18 to 34, is the loneliest men in the world. And the thing I put out is that in the 1990s, men had at least, there were like, was it 50% of men, I believe I wrote down. I don't have my notes here. I opened the wrong notepad. 50% of men in the 1990s had at least 6 friends. That has dropped to 27% today. And of that demographic, 18 to 34 are the demographic with almost no friends. They're the loneliest. So there is something that can help with that, right? Like we've heard Chew on Head or other people, even Manosphere, people talking about the male loneliness epidemic. And one thing I'll point out is if you stay in isolation, you have an increased chance of getting dementia. Even the introverts are very social. We're all social creatures. We have to have some degree of companionship and social interaction. But there's this article I want to point out. Can online games help solve the male loneliness epidemic? This is from the Texas State University. Can online games help the male loneliness epidemic? And the researcher explains that these digital spaces allow growing numbers of isolated men to form healthy relationships. Men struggle with feelings of isolation, depression, some finding much needed support and community within the online gaming space. And well, I'm going to point this out, is that when I love spending time with my son, but I usually don't have a chance to go out and hang out with my adult friends a lot because they want to drink and I have to be careful what I want to do. I can't take my son to the bar with me. I'm not a big sportsy guy. I don't care about sports, right? And a lot of things they want to talk about is politics. Not my thing. I can hold my own, but I don't like politics. But every night when I stream a game, I look forward to it. Even if I get no views, I look forward to it. When I hang out in the VCs because I don't want to stream, and Mikey or Karis, Bo, anyone pops in, I'm excited to hear from them and talk and share games. I'm always excited for those collab streams because we're gaming. And I've noticed a lot of people were like that too. But what they found out was gamers create a social support network of their own.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about maybe hearing y'all's thoughts about it.
I think it just kind of comes with the territory. It's a little bit, I know I typically use the word tribalism in a negative connotation, but I think in the case of protecting ourselves and our mental faculties, we are very picky of who we associate with closely and who we drop our guard with. And gaming is one of those things that like when we talk to another gamer and we know that type of lexicon, that vernacular, it's like we get comfortable and we kind of like gravitate towards them. I have to point this out, Lavistro, because I know you're a vet, Bo, you're a vet. I have observed this when I see two vets. They realize and they acknowledge that they are both veterans, and if they even were like served on the same ship, they go off to the side and they start talking. Oh, who'd you serve under? Were you part of this? Did you do this? Like, there's a click instantly. There's this kind of camaraderie. I've noticed.
Yeah, it don't matter what branch of service you're in.
Yep.
Lavistro was Army. I was Air Force.
Yep.
And we have a camaraderie right there.
Yes,
Because we served.
I've been a tech in 4 industries. I've been watching it for 10 years. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter what branch. Oh, hey, let's go chat. Same thing with gamers. I was in Houston, Texas, randomly talking to a TSA guy. Didn't even know who the fuck his name was. One of us, I don't remember who it was, mentioned Metal Gear Solid. Boom, we're chatting it up. We're just chatting it up for like 5 minutes. And I don't put like the veteran camaraderie and the gaming camaraderie on the same level, but it's a similar thought process when kind of creating that, oh, I can talk with this person. I'm not going to be worried that they're going to judge me because like I don't have to worry about politics. And I see that a lot more with gamers. I definitely don't see it with people who really focus on politics. Oh, you like Biden? You like Trump? Let's go over here and talk. That doesn't happen. That does not fucking happen. And
not unless they're like
I'm fine
far.
with that.
I will say this disclaimer: not unless they're like way deep into politics, then they will.
Maybe.
And where all they do is live and breathe politics. That's all they talk about. But that's like they have to be like really deep into it. Otherwise, they only talk about it if someone mentions it.
Yeah.
But
no, I think it's perfectly fine, and I think it's natural. It's that natural wiring of we want to create some sort of tribe. If not even a tribe, just here's a group of people I can feel less awkward around.
Well, continuing on with what you're saying, it's actually in the article. See the article underneath Dr. Megan Patterson, and they found the paragraph right underneath it. It says, he starts with, we found. Can you highlight that? No, go back.
Oh.
See that paragraph there? It says, we found underneath. Highlight that whole one. I'll read it out loud. We found, this is what they said. The Dr. Proctor, now who covered it. We found that while gamers would start talking about different aspects of the game, getting advice from more senior players, those conversations slowly started to mature and changing to aspects of real life. Prochnow said, we had one member talking to another member about adoption process because they knew that this member had gone through that process. Scrolling down to the last paragraph above, what's at stake? To continue, we see that men feel comfortable talking to others, making new friends, and specifically in our research, online gaming is an avenue to do that. They are already doing some of those things for fun, for achievement, for escapism, but now they're also doing it to socialize or reconnect with others, to find new friends and other individuals that they have things in common with. Basically what you just said.
I wanted to comment on what Lore said. This is not really the video games. I think I know what you're getting at. You can find this kind of camaraderie with someone who does woodworking, someone who does who's blacksmithing. Oh, 2 blacksmiths that got introduced and they're comparing tools and whatnot. Not really pointing out that video games are special, but rather video games do it too.
Yeah.
Like there's the stigma that nerds are just we're a bunch of introverts that don't want to fucking talk with anyone and we just want to hide in our little basement. No, we absolutely want to share this, but we're picky about who we share it with.
Especially nowadays. Now we're talking. Now we have discussions in our community. Should we gatekeep? Because we look back on how all the world went to shit, and we've realized, should we have gatekeep people coming into our spaces? Because now we have nerds being the popular thing. Like everyone has the nerd look trend, right? And we're not look, we're not saying like there's this woodworking, hunting, fishing. Everyone has that clique that meshes, but the stigma of video games is that it's not a very masculine thing to do, and it doesn't help. They want to say, "Oh, it's all about addiction. It's addiction. It causes violence. It makes men demean women." And what we're finding out from actual studies, actual eggheads that look into this, that are trained to do scientific thought and process, are finding out, hey, men, we have this male loneliness epidemic, and men are finding their own ways to solve it. Because the thing is, it's like with men's health and stuff. I'm a catch-22, for example. I believe that therapy works. I'm not saying never go to therapy. Therapy is good for certain things. But I also know, like, circle kumbayas for most men, where we sit around in a circle and talk about our feelings, doesn't help much. Like, for example, I used to go to PTSD support groups, and I'd sit there, and people would talk about, their stories of Nam, or one guy was from World War II, or some even talk about their experiences in Iraq. And most of them, there's a term for it. It's called FOBIT. I'm not saying I wasn't a FOBIT. I was definitely not infantry, but I went around and did infantry stuff as well. I told Carrots about one of my experiences, and we were online doing that. It's hard for me to do it in public. I would never open up. I would shut down. But then I started playing with stuff like playing with groups like GMR Foundation and others that talk about PTSD, and met people that understood. I didn't feel judged. I felt comfortable sharing my experiences, and I would say, I'm not military. I mean, I'm not infantry, but I had to do these things, and I would question certain things about myself. And other veterans were like, yeah, I had to do it too. Here's what I did. Have you tried playing more gaming? Have you asked your therapist if you could have gaming therapy instead? Which is what I did, which is ironic because I was one of the first test subjects for that in the early 2000s, in 2010, when they were starting to do that. But yes. And hold on, let me see what he says to say here. Well, we're not going to tell. Overkill gaming. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Women with we have an article for that. But everything has to be in moderation, right? Like Karis, when we talk or hang out, I make sure that Hataru, he's out. Like, I didn't know their relationship, but I told him before. I had a friend who was afraid to say no to me, even though he could say no. He wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. They broke up because he was spending more time with his buddies than he was addressing his needs with his girlfriend, his fiance. They broke up. And I always tell Bo, Dash, Carrots, family first, right? Even with me, family first. I spend more time with my son first before. So you have to balance gameplay. But they try to spin this whole video games and addiction, which APA is even saying the term gaming disorder needs more time for study because there's not enough evidence. They're not finding any casual evidence, just like video games cause violence. There's usually underlying factors for what happens. And the male loneliness epidemic is one of those factors. Men get lonely. They don't have real life friends. They don't have friends nearby. They don't have family. So what do? They go on Steam and they go play an online game. They go on Discord and hang out with their friends and talk about games. That's what we're talking about here. This is another case of gaming actually helping, as you can see when we put at stake. When we look at men's social connectedness and mental health, we are seeing the terminal impacts not only to themselves in the form of self-harm, worst case scenario, sushi, but we're also seeing impacts across the spectrum, whether domestic abuse or radicalized behavior, which I mentioned that, Carrickson and I, about domestic abuse.
Oh, yeah.
And the video I point out is that we talk, like, towards the end of the video, we talk about the gray matter and clarity. If men don't have clarity, it starts turning into, like, men and women treat things differently, treat stress differently. Women are internal, men are external. This is scientific studies. And when men lack clarity and it's not dealt with, it can turn into rage, which means domestic abuse, which is what he says here, or radicalized behavior, right? People try to use radicalized behavior against gamers, but reality, gamers like me, off stream, I'll make sexist jokes, I'll make racist jokes, I'll make some of the weirdest, fucked up jokes in the world off stream. In reality, that's me letting off steam. I'm not really sexist, I'm not really racist. I'm just tired of people saying I can't say what I want or do what I want. So I do it in a game because it's a fucking game. It's not real, and make a few jokes about the whole situation, right? That's what they're talking about here. Continuing on, as men struggle with a place with conventional social and community structures, some can be drawn to harmful groups or behaviors. So there's the whole terroristic recruiting thing. Let's remember that because they're still trying to spin games as bad. Let's not kid ourselves here, because the FBI, the CIA, the UN, they all try to say there was some sort of link between gamers and domestic terrorist groups. In the long term, he said that he hopes this research can be used to inform public health interventions, use positive social connections, force for online gaming to encourage additional healthy behaviors among men, like building in-person communities and openly discussing matters of mental health. I would like to say we would use these types of interactions as a stepping stone or an avenue to increase other types of health-promoting interactions. In traditional male culture, men are seen as having to be strong or silent. And the thing is, even gamers, right? There are times where we'll play games and we're silent. Like Harrison knows, I'll be silent because I'm focused on something, right? That's just the male mentality. It's not some social training. It's just how we think and process. But when we're comfortable and we want to speak, we'll speak. But men don't deal with stress by just talking, and that does help. Don't get me wrong, that does help. I want to stress that. But by majority, men relieve stress and problems by doing, and games is one of those things. That's why we have hobbies. Women will read a book and talk to their friends. Men might go and play. And I hate sounding like manosphere here. I really do. But to be fair, they do so some facts, right? A man working on his car is probably going to try to figure out how to deal with his financial situation. A man playing with his video games is probably doing the same problem. They're sitting there playing video games while in the back of their mind, they're solving a problem, right? But gaming has always been a safe space for gamers. I hate saying that.
I love that.
Yeah, in the same way games are linked to school shootings, just like broccoli is linked to solar flares. And the funny thing is, maybe we'll talk about in another video, but Christopher J. Ferguson's another guy I like to cite. He's the one, right, that debunked the meta study analysis of games cause violence. He debunked it. That he got the APA to agree with that.
Or are we in agreement, everyone, that broccoli is linked to solar flares? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I started streaming. When I first started my channel, it was all a bunch of recorded uploads. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I don't know if I'll stream. Well, I've slowly developed. I got some regulars that come now. And some of them are veterans, some are not. I mean, my channel, it's called Vet Gamers, but anybody's welcome. But now I'm getting a few people hanging out all the time, and it's really cool. I live in a small town of about 4,000 people, and there aren't many in this town that I've met, that I talked to through jobs that I've had before I retired or whatever, that have the same hobbies I do. And a couple of the guys that sometimes we'll go shooting our guns at the firing range and stuff like that. I love shooting my guns, and I love going fishing, but it's not something I do every day. And now that I'm not actually, I have the job at the radio station that I do, but I just don't get out and socialize much. I'm not a bar fly or anything like that. I love my video games. So I was like, well, why don't I just start streaming live? And I didn't do it. I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it for the social aspect.
Yeah.
Purely for the social aspect. Yeah, I get a little irritated.
Hey, but I'm just letting you know, did you notice your face is hidden behind your name tag?
I'm leaning back in my chair. And
yeah, I don't know if you noticed that.
Wouldn't y'all rather see that than my ugly head?
I think people like to see you talking, you know.
You drive a hard bargain, Bo.
You can lean back. You just said I wanted you to know about that. Maybe either take the name tag off or just switch your face to the other side of the camera. So that way they can see the ass, and then they can see the asshole. They can see two asses at the same time.
I can see my face. But anyway.
All right, I just want to let you know about that.
I just started doing it for mostly the social aspect of it because I'm mostly retired. I don't need to make a career out of YouTube or streaming or anything. And I get some people in there pretty regular. It's part of the reason why I started up another Conan Exile server again. I ran one for 3 years. It's mostly for social aspects. I help people come find a fun place to play. Plus, I enjoy not just playing the game. I like making fun things on the server for people to do.
Yeah. And by the way, people in the chat, if you're watching right now, and you want to add your own comments, I will highlight any comments you have related to conversation. You want to share your own experiences with, I'm calling it the Blue-Teal Brotherhood for this month. Okay, because you got 2 months, and I know some people are going to say, "Well, Lavistro, you don't know it's a problem." Are you saying gays aren't men? Are you saying women can't contract PTSD? Women are twice as more likely to contract PTSD, but the difference is for men, especially with combat PTSD, it's more fatal. More fatal. They will die from it. Okay. But continuing on, I want to mention. Remember, I mentioned about the age demographic isolation. We have another one for the same university, Texas A&M, about online gaming communities could provide a lifeline for isolated young men. That is another demographic that also has the highest risk of sushi.
Is that
You
a
don't
link
have it?
tonight? I'm looking for it.
It was
Texas
look at my notes.
A&M.
Texas A&M. It's right after can online games help to solve the. Here, I'll just do this for you. Okay, there you go. Yes. So this is another Texas A&M. I had to rush these things, guys, so they might have the same source, but I have multiple sources on these things. It's just I was running late writing this thing out for Karis because he holds the notes for me. And right when I was sorting through all this stuff, I had a Google Fiber guy knocking on my door. And I explained to him he's too early. And he spoke Spanish. I'm not trying to point out anything. He spoke Spanish, so there was a language barrier. Google Fiber. I respect you want to hire people that are qualified for the job and you want to be multilingual, but make sure the people you hire speak English. Because I'm not going to speak Spanish when my country's language is English. If you want to get an argument, let's also point out I'm half Native American, okay? And that means that I'm supposed to speak Uta or Ute language for my tribe, and I don't even know a single lick of Ute. I speak English.
Shame on you.
Yeah. So you want to pull that argument, let's just point out there that no one speaks the actual language of my ancestors. We all speak English, and that's the predominant language. But no, so even though it's point out that it takes them, there is multiple lines and even psychology today, all this stuff. But here I ramble. Online game communities could provide a lifeline for isolated young men. And if people know me, I have a thing for children, and not in a negative way. I know someone's going to try to take it out of context. I'm a dad, and I always cared about kids, and because I believe kids are the future, and life is going to be hard on them as it is, but as they get older, right? I've seen lots of young men in the service who taken their own life, and sometimes it wasn't for PTSD. Sometimes we didn't know how depressed they were and how lonely they were, right? And they didn't play games. They just shut down watching anime. I'm not saying anime is bad either. I'm just saying they just stayed in their barracks rooms, and one day they didn't show up for formation. We found out they never showed up. Okay, before we continue, Bo's got to leave here soon. Did you have something you wanted to last final thoughts in case you don't come back in time?
Well, one of them in the chat provides a lifeline for isolated old vets too.
Yeah.
But, I'll try and get a Discord link in the chat. People want to join my Discord. If you like Conan Exiles or try it out or you play it, my server's not public yet. To get the information, you have to join my Discord because I'm not just putting it out there in public for right now. And my server's in construction, but that doesn't mean you can't come play and enjoy some of the stuff I've already got out. I've got world bosses out. I've got other stuff. I work on it some. I've got a balance between playing it and putting that fun stuff on the server and other games too that I want to play when I need a break from Conan. But yeah, my main focus, I love Conan Exiles. I have for years now, over 4,000 hours in it. And I started a server for people that play, or if you want to play and end up picking it up, you're welcome to come play on the server even before it's public. It's only a 10-person server, so we can only fit so many. So
Nice.
anyway, that's basically what I've been doing. I'm going to try streaming Inflections. I went ahead. I loved what they did with Conan Exile so much. I bought their game Nightingale, and I got it installed. And Conan's going through a big update on the 9th, which is going to break every single mod again. The developers
Yeah.
already told us. But this should be the last kind of update that's going to do this to the dev kit. Even I got to update my mod that I made for it. So my server's not going to be playable for a few days as mods get updated and re-uploaded and all that stuff. So I was thinking about streaming Nightingale by Inflection.
Alan, I think you showed the Fake Keeper link. It says Fake Keeper in the end. But yeah, Bo, that's awesome. I definitely am going to try to get into your server eventually here soon, probably after the 9th.
Well, you're already in my Discord. All you got to do is look at the server info. And
Yep.
you can pop right in
remind me later, because you can't do it now on my Discord, but remind me later. I'll make a channel for you to post out your server details in your Discord for that.
Okay.
So that way,
But anyway,
I
that's about all I got going on.
Yeah.
And this subject is a great subject, and there's a lot I agree with. Gaming can be therapeutic, but it can also, when my father died, it wasn't but a few days later I was streaming again, because the day before my father died, he looked at me and he said, "Son, just keep doing what you do." And and that's what I do.
That's awesome.
And my sister, she's saying the same thing. And it's kind of how I deal with it. It helps me get through things. The camaraderie, the socialization when I'm streaming, when people come to the stream and chat and stuff like that, it helps. But anyway, I'm going to take off. I got my evening walk I got to do.
Yep. And this message is pretty isolated, young man, and you're like, you've been around since you're the one that saw Adam and Eve walk on the first Earth. So yeah, you're not young. But yeah, take care, both. See you again, and it's awesome to hear the news about your server. And next week, we're going to be focusing a bit more on the veteran side of men's health in gaming. So yeah, hope to see you there.
Catch y'all later.
See you, Bo.
Okay. Now, the one thing we're going to talk about now is the isolated young man, as I mentioned before. Hold on, son. But basically, he started here. I want to point out is that my colleagues and I analyzed all male online football gaming community over the course of a year. We discovered that members who reported more depressive symptoms and less real life support were roughly 40% more likely to form and maintain social ties with fellow gamers compared with those reported more real life support. This finding suggests that chat community features of online games might provide isolated young men with an ominous third place or a space where people can congregate other than work or home to open up, find empathy, and build crucial social connections they may lack in real life. And the thing is, I'm going to point out here on that is the way I read this, he's kind of like saying, I would rather them seek professional treatment. And yeah, I think we can all agree you should get professional treatment. Treatment, yes, we all agree, is very expensive, even if you have health insurance. But again, look what it says. We discovered members who reported feeling more depression symptoms and less real life support are more likely to maintain social ties with fellow gamers. So men they won't just go seek therapy, even if you offer them free therapy. They will go to somewhere they're comfortable with to find a way to deal with their problems socially. Men will go find, if men know there's an outlet, right, and they're not going to be stigmatized for it, they'll go to it. It reminds me of this story. It's like a joke story, but it's in the Christian community. I know you don't like it. I don't give a shit, okay, because it's valid here. There's a story about this guy. He gets berated by his wife, right, and he gets berated by the church because he goes and drinks, and he over time just stops going to church. And one day he was asked about it. He's like, well, I go to this bar. No one says I've been drinking too much. The story doesn't say anything about him being drunk. All right. The issue is that he went to do something people don't approve. And I go drink. My friends don't judge me there. The bartender doesn't judge me there. It's a place I can feel safe and comfortable. The point of that story is that we want him to go to church, right? As Christians, we would want him to go to church. But because they were so fucking judgmental and stigmatized his drinking rather than reading the Bible, and it gives you context about drinking, and it talks about alcoholism, not just drinking in general, because Jesus did water and wine, whatever. The story was we judged him for what he was doing, not trying to welcome him into and understanding his suffering and pain. I mean, he was getting raided by his wife, getting raided by the church, getting raided at work, and had nowhere to actually go to, right? Same here with gaming, right? If people start trying to sell the fantasy of a real man, right, and realize that most men play games, it's a male-dominated space, it's going to always be that way. The men who are suffering are probably going to reach out to gamers first and probably either stick with that or move on from there. I don't hate people who just play games, but when I say you're not a real gamer, it's not a judgmental, it's just a clarification. It's like, yeah, you play games, but this is the difference between a gamer who will stay in the space versus someone who's just playing the next biggest release title as a pastime. In both cases, they're both seeking therapy and stuff like that. But anyways, why this matters for them? They said mental health issues like depression, suicide are on the rise for young men, and yet social stigmas and traditional masculinity, and this is the part they don't understand because they still like this traditional masculinity, right? Often inhibit from seeking professional assistance. Again, no. I'm going to say, again, I'm not a therapist. I'm just reading the studies. I'm just going to tell you what I've noticed and observed. Go to therapy if you need help. But men do need a social support system. Part is men aren't going to therapy. It's like part of it is like, I hate saying it this way because someone's going to take it out of context. It's like it reads to me like I'm not getting paid so I'm not getting any more clients. Why? That's what it reads like to me. I'm not getting any money. And I hate saying that because therapy's important. It is, but I'm sorry, Tears.
No, they did kind of frame it a little bit like you're getting therapy that's good, but it's not the right kind of therapy. It's not therapy that we approve of. Like, we don't fucking care. We're going to take what we can get at this point.
And the thing is, I'm going to say, if you have an issue, like, let me put it this way. I had someone that we were, I'm not going to mention online, but someone was angry. We were taking, they accused us of taking their viewers. And those viewers would talk to me, right? This is when I used to have a public VC, right? I used to be in a public VC. They would come to me and talk to me live on stream and stuff like that, or even in chat. And I'd be like, yeah, okay, that sucks. Yeah, I kind of agree. I can see where you're coming from. But at the end of that conversation, it's like, you need to go talk to that person yourself, right? But it was kind of therapeutic for me. They were trying to solve their issue, right? And find out other people have the same issue. But that channel came after me. Because they got jealous. I was taking their thing. I was like, honestly, I told them to go work out with you. Same with therapy. You need therapy, you need to go do it. Because I don't want to be responsible if you hit your lowest point. I'm not saying therapy's the cure-all, right? But a lot of people play games to survive, as my intro said, one more night, one more fight. I had severe PTSD, for example. I go to therapy, but I still have the same dark thoughts every day that it's like a Tuesday for me. Most people would not be able to survive in my shoes. And I had to learn to survive one more day every day, right? And that's how most people are. And part of that, right? Yeah, we had the crisis line out here. We have the men's health text lines in the description. But for most people, it's, I need an excuse to survive one more night, right? And it's a heavy subject. So we're saying, yeah, he's framing it like this, but he doesn't understand that men will go solve their own problems. And part of that is finding community, their own support network. That would be model trains, woodworking, games, stuff like that. Online spaces like gaming communities may offer an alternative avenue to find connection and discussion. So as soon as he backhands it, he says, in Why It Matters, online game communities, right? And discuss personal problems without barriers to form mental health services. The social feature of online games allow players to privately chat and build friendships, potentially creating vital information and formal support networks. While not a substitute for professional care, these virtual forums could encourage discussion of mental health challenges amongst men facing isolations and untreated depression. And the thing is that men, a group of men, when we hear another man or a friend that we respect, right, is having these issues, we talk with them and we realize that it's severe. We're like, hey, dude, maybe get some help. You need some help, right? You're talking about this stuff. I'm not a therapist. I give you some advice, and yeah, it sounds like you're on the brink. Maybe we should get you some therapy, right? That happens even with the veterans. When we check up on each other, when we find one veteran is really about like we like, you can tell, you can know, you can feel it, and you're like, this guy's not going to make it tomorrow. And we try to get that person to talk them into calling the crisis line, and they're more trained to handle this, right? And they talk to them until they can get to VA to schedule an appointment and make sure that they're going to be okay until the next day, right? That's the same how gaming socials work. It's rare that we have to do that, but like I said, sometimes it's just the mission of in the game. Sometimes it's just the noise of being with your friends. But yeah, so basically, yeah, I'm reading it in relation to PTSD, but the even though he's being negative about it because it's not professional care, he's acknowledging that just for a young man, this provides him one more night. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, and if Dash is still here.
Dash, did you want to say something, or are you?
Dash?
I'm sorry, I was just typing.
Yeah.
I'll let you think your thoughts. I have.
Oh, about mental health?
About
this particular.
Go scroll up. So he probably wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Scroll up to the title so he knows what we're talking about.
Online gaming communities.
You're in that demographic. That's why I chose this. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just trying to get the camera back up.
While you're doing that, I'll say my thoughts as to why one aspect that I think gamers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is my experience. It does, even just like this whole being a content creator has helped immensely.
Good.
All right, go ahead, Karis.
So I've been paying attention to. Sorry, lingering cough. I've been paying attention to a few interesting aspects over the years, and one of them that is a reason for why I wouldn't go into certain aspects of therapy is because we are now in a minefield of companies who claim to be providing mental health when in fact don't really provide it very much at all. BetterHelp being a big sore thumb that claimed have the ease of telehealth. Telehealth is something I actually worked in healthcare for 4 years, so I know about this shit. Telehealth was supposed to be something that allowed people who couldn't actually drive to the doctor's office. They couldn't afford certain providers in their state, so they could go find a provider or some therapist in another state. That was where BetterHelp was supposed to come in. BetterHelp fell flat on its face in almost every conceivable aspect when it was initiated. And seeing that, my brain said, no, I'm not going to do that because one, I'm probably not going to get the professional help I needed because these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And the company is just there to milk me for everything I'm worth. Whereas I can go to people that I built a connection to in games and communities who actually seem to have some sort of care and potential fucks to give for what's going on in my brain. Whereas something like BetterHelp, it seems like it's just a fucking transaction. So for this guy to say going down where is it? The slight, like you said, the backhanded compliment of, well, it's not professional help. It's a hit and miss these days. There's not a guarantee that we're going to get the help that we need. If there's burnout, where is it? Is it even listed here? No, probably not. But in one of these, it was listing therapeutic burnout, where your therapist literally is too fucking exhausted to listen to the problems that you have going on because they themselves have their own problems going on. Guys, like Lavistro said, we fix things ourselves a lot of times because we as guys are raised to fix shit ourselves. We are raised to depend on ourselves to not burden somebody else with our problems. And when I see something like this, I'm going to say, nope, I'm going to go take care of this myself. I don't want to inconvenience you. There's a lot of guys that are going to do that. And I think the gaming community, no, it's not professional. I don't fucking care. Professional is just a title that is applied to someone who potentially went and learned how to do a thing, but I probably piss off some people by saying this. I don't care. I've known people with 20 to 30 years of experience who still don't know how to do jack shit properly. It happens.
Exactly.
I've worked for managers in IT industries who refuse to learn new things because the way that they learned something is how they learned it, and they don't want to learn anything new. Right down to like how to make their job a little bit easier. I've been scolded by managers when I tried to introduce an efficient way to do something, and they said, "You shut the fuck up. I have been doing this job for 25 years." Okay. All right. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. So knowing that there's that kind of clapback with someone who is going to say, well, you're not doing this properly. You really want to go there? You want to tell me I'm not doing this shit properly, even though this works for me? Okay. All right. You be a closed-minded cunt face. But this, like, my mind's going to be made up. And with something like BetterHelp failing, no, I'm not going to risk. This is just one fucking company, people. One company out of probably dozens or hundreds that claim to do the same fucking thing. Why would I risk my opening myself up, my vulnerabilities, and laying my problems out when, yeah, I can jump on Discord and I can ask Lavistro, or I can, basically, I can ask Lavistro, hey, can I vent to you about this thing? And he can either say yes or no. I'm probably going to get more of a yes than I am from, oh, I call this therapeutic pay. Well, we don't have any openings until 2 months down the road. Can you stay alive that long and not remove yourself from life? What? I might not last another fucking day, Mr. or Mrs. Receptionist, but sure, put me in for 2 months down the road. It's kind of laughable sometimes.
And part of the thing I want to add on that is part of the reason when we play games and stuff, not just you, mate, but like gamers in general, right? Is when we get depressed and we get those dark, intrusive thoughts and stuff like that, we go into a spiral mindset. And this is from someone who has clinical depression. Okay, this is another reason why I'm snarky all the time. I laugh and make fun of everything. But this is one thing I will not laugh at because this is something that for me is very important. But you need something to snap you out of it. That's why they say, that's another reason why, like, we have their text is to have a conversation about it. And what you find out is those aren't licensed medical experts. Those are people who volunteer to help because they care, right? And when they care, their main goal is to try to distract your thoughts to help you survive one more night. And what does video games do? When look at it this way: when Carriage comes in, if like, I don't think we've ever had a scenario where you say I had a bad day and I felt like I had to distract you from something. But usually when you're on, I think, hey, you want to play a game with me, right? Because I know you work hard, you have a tired, you got to deal with sometimes. You got the burdens of life, just like me and or anyone else, right? And we play games. Yeah, we crack jokes and stuff that's probably not stream appropriate, right? Mostly me. I won't lie because I just see the world differently. I don't care. But we we go through and we just like relieve our stress. Sometimes we talk, like you pitched an idea about me about wanting to do something about a stream key on your regular videos. I was like, well, that might not be a good idea because that video's gonna be up forever, right?
Yep.
It'd be more idea for a live stream, but you bounced off an idea off it. You trusted me enough. I could have taken that and stolen that idea for myself, but he trusted me for his channel, his stream keys.
You still can.
Yeah, I could still do it. But even now, live, I mentioned it live, people just click that like, yeah, Lavistro admitted that it was Karis' idea originally. So, you know, there's that. But the thing is that he confided me with a certain amount of trust about something that was on his mind. And there are times where I do the same thing. Like I'm always worried about him that we might be spending too much time together playing online, and I don't want Hataru coming after me. And we clarified that and made sure because I tell him, it's like, the reason why I'm so concerned is because I had a friend that said that couldn't say no to me and it broke up his engagement, and I don't want that weight on me, even though it wasn't my fault. Right? Like I didn't know he couldn't say no to me. I didn't know he was having these issues. He would just come on and I said, "You want to play a game?" And he'd say, "Yeah." And he'd be up all day from before I had a son, from 4 p.m. until midnight. We were playing games like we were all single characters. And I was like, well, maybe his girlfriend doesn't care. This is why I'm always asking, is your girlfriend okay with this? I hope did you spend time with your girl? Family first, that kind of thing. You know, if you can't make it, let me know. Like, I care about, like, even though I don't really have, I only talked to Hitaru once, and she was just there to talk to you about something, about a show, right? And you went to go see what the thing she wanted to see, right? And I wasn't mad about it, right? I understood because family first. I'm secondary. But just like with Dash, Karis, Bo, or even y'all in the stream, I try to, like, I won't talk therapy sessions online because we recorded and taken out of context. But usually in my private chats, right? If you see, and I'm not a therapist, I will sit there as a friend and I will listen to you. All right, that's what I do. I just won't do it in chat because we're not focused on therapy sessions for one person in the chat. There's a time and place for everything. But I get upset when I hear people, these professionals, say, "Oh, this is not professional. This is not this." But before we're gonna skip the next Tamu ed one that says online social. We're gonna go to one that's in the bottom. How video games and fantasy sports can improve mental health. That's from Psychology Today. Okay, now it's like Psychology Today, right? Is a highly credible site, right? That talks about psychology. When I had to cover the psychology of the game protagonist of relationship in video game psychology, yes, that's an actual subject in college about the character-player relation, the pawn-player relationship. I cited Psychology Today because they talked about it too, and here. All right, let me put it up on my screen as well so I can cover it. Because the screws on my glasses broke.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Rip.
I had to get I have a repair kit. I just haven't had time to fix it. But basically, he's talking about this from last year, and he's talking about NCAA football was just releasing. Gamers across the United States couldn't wait to bring it home and spend hours playing. Times were simpler, perhaps, but also much has changed. What remains the same is the excitement of competition and connection. Us gamers didn't know it then, but over the next year, it soon became clear that we would not see another NCAA football game anytime soon. The economics of fair pay and fair play in player image and likeness were unfamiliar to many of us who just wanted to play a video game, but would be 11 years before we could see the next edition. NCAA Football 2024 was released on Friday. For me, playing it for the first time that weekend was textbook nostalgic. The boys of 2013 realizing their evolution into men of 2024. Many of us were disappointed with the game as an anticipation rarely matches reality, but most of us continue to wax poetic about it, perhaps not living up to the hype, but certainly up to the hope. Okay. Conversations surrounding mental health have gained significantly traction in recent years, particularly regarding the role of leisure activities in promoting emotional well-being. Both video games and fantasy sports have emerged as popular pastimes that can offer a myriad of mental health benefits, especially for men. It's no secret that men today face more social isolation than ever. Society is often unclear as to what makes toxic masculinity different from masculinity. And that is a fair question, right? I will say there is toxic masculinity, right? I'm not chill, guys. I'm not woke. All right. I told you what a real man is in my lyrics. And this is not just my definition. This is the definition that's been defined through centuries. That's why I showed in the very first verse of my intro the legacy of man, what we have done. Men are men of action. You're not defined by what hobby you have. You're not defined by what you wear. You're not defined by how much meat you consume or how much less soy milk you drink. It's defined by, I guarantee you, Dash, the most masculine of us here.
Yeah.
Let's just say, I'm not saying this is what you do, but let's just say you work at a retail store. You work at Walmart. Let's just say, all right, for shits and giggles.
Mm-hmm.
And you're walking home from work or riding your bike. And people say, well, that's not the most masculine man, right? Well, then one day, people don't know you. All of a sudden, you see a fire burning, and everyone's out there recording with their cameras. Men, women, everyone. Reporter talking about the fire burning, and you hear a child crying trapped on the first floor. And Dash is like, yeah, the fire's burning. Everyone's like, you're going to die. And he says, I don't fucking care. There's a kid out there. He's going to run up those stairs, push boulders, beans, whatever. That's what the story's going to say, right? They're going to embellish the whole news about this, right? About Dash, right? Picks up that kid, runs down the stairs before the burning building collapses. He did what people failed to do. He did risk his life for that kid. Not reality. But go ahead.
Oddly enough, that was actually the message of Masters of the Universe, was that like a true man fights to protect those he loves.
Yeah,
there we go.
He does. He does by action, right? And you don't know that kid. You're just like, a kid needs my help, and you're going to do something about it. Like, that's the whole scenario. Then you go home, right? You get in these interviews, and everyone's like, they're like, and you'll hear like fresh and fit, and like, yeah, Dash Attack. He's like the most manliest man ever. He throws axes out for a living. He camps in the woods for months at a time. The legend of Dash, right? And they're gonna make all these things about you. And then someone's like, I want to know about the real Dash. I want to ask the hard questions. So Dash, did you go camping this week? No. When was the last time you went camping? When I was 11. Well, what do you do? Do you go to the gym? Not more than most people. Oh, so you go to the gym. Yeah. What do you do when you don't go to the gym? What do you do? What did you do after that? After you saved that kid from the burning building? Honestly, I went and played a game on my PlayStation. All of a sudden, Dash is no longer is no longer the masculine man. He is now a man child. He is now the scum of the universe, right? Because he destroyed the fantasy of a real man. Yet the real man is a man of action. That's what starts all the fantasies. But when you realize he's just an everyday guy, just doing his own thing, and when he was caught, when call for action came, he answered, just like a military soldier, just like a fireman, just like a cop or anyone else, right? That's the irony here. And toxic masculinity, I would say that the manosphere itself, as well as the soy boy narrative of the feminists, and this is where I get to be polarizing, so to speak, is the real man, basically the real man fantasy of both sides is the toxic masculinity. Because if a man shows is ruled by his emotions, he will destroy people. He destroys. All right. If a man is not ruled by his emotions, the stoic man that people argue is toxic masculinity, he's governing his emotions, but he's not stuffing his emotions down the way the manosphere wants. He expresses emotions in a healthy manner, and when he needs help, he will go find a way to deal with it. That might be punching a punching bag. That might be punching a pillow. That might be playing some games. That might be pointing your finger up towards your video game console because you want to show off your arcade-looking thing that I'm jealous about, Karis. But did you have something you wanted to add to that, or was that just pointing to something?
No, just pointing to that. Other than I'm going to let you talk for a bit. I got to use the bathroom, so I will.
Okay. Go pee pee. Go pee pee po po. Yeah. See you tomorrow, dragons. But yeah. So the thing about masculinity is the real masculinity is these are men, like you said, Dash, who would risk their lives for those who love in the He-Man movie, right? These are the people that will do what's right, not because they are told by their tribe that this is what you got. Real men, like, yeah, I know I said real men take action, right? In my lyrics. But in politics, they're like, real men take action, go vote, go stand up against the alt-right, blah, blah, blah. Go stand up against the leftist soy boys. And the real men are like, who? What? Oh, yeah, you do you, pal. and they go back and play their video games, watch their movies, whatever. And then when something really happens, they're like, okay, I need to do something about this. Then they stand because they make that choice when no one else will. And that's what it's kind of funny because there's a commercial for Guinness, is a beer I like, right? They had this commercial that came out, and it said they showed this bartender every night, every day she opens up shop in England. She would she would wipe a table down, put a coaster and a Guinness beer on it with a chair. And at the end, and no one would come pick that beer up. And she would do that every day. And then one day someone tries to take the chair, and she gives him this look like, really? And he realizes what that chair was reserved for someone. He puts it back down because everybody looks at him. And then all of a sudden, at the end of the commercial, a British soldier comes in, and everybody looks at him. And the bartender, and he looks at the table, and the bartender just gives him a nod, and saying that beer was meant for him. And at the end of that that commercial, it said, the choices we make in life define the true nature of our character. It comes from John Locke, where he said, I find the mindset of man reveals the true nature, his true action. And that's men. What we do defines us. It's not what we say. It's not what we dress like. It's not our hobbies. It's what we do when it's called for. Regardless if it's in an office, regardless if it's in blue collar, military, true masculinity is we do things even if we don't want to. I shouldn't say even though. We do things even if it means it's not going to give us clout. We do it regardless. Because we know it's what we have to do. Continuing on with the thing, because we talked about masculinity for a little bit. Fantasy sports, the most popular, which is fantasy football, can create a sense of belonging through healthy competition. The social engagement can help combat feelings of isolation and loneliness, which are common contributors to mental health experiences like depression and anxiety. Many video games, whether it be NCAA 24, Fortnite, or World of Warcraft, allow players to, which is another word that has stigma, World of Warcraft, man baby thing, allows players to interact with one another through virtual environments, creating a sense of community that can be especially important for men who may be facing societal pressure, discouraging them from expressing their emotions and showing their vulnerability, which we know what happens when we show our vulnerability in public for men. I mean, let's be honest, right? This safe space could foster connections with peers, share experiences, and build friendships without constraints of face-to-face interactions. Again, we discussed that already. Fantasy football and video games does help men strengthen their social network. It goes on and on, but the point is they indicate that research. I'm trying to summarize the rest of it here. Research indicates that gameplay can help reduce anxiety by allowing players to immerse themselves in a different world, which is another thing when we say a game is woke and embrace our immersion, right? Woke games don't help us heal ourselves because now we're broken out of immersion and we're forced back to the real world, which is something we don't want. When we're playing video games, we want to get away from the world to decompress and process things. This is why we're now going to indie games. Because now we're going to AA games like that. This is another reason why I also think that if a game smells woke, people will say it is woke because they don't want that experience again. They want to be able to play a game and enjoy it.
No, that's like with why I traded in Saros, because even if James Bond has some issues, from what I understand, the reviews are pretty damn good, and it doesn't have an offensive plot about cuckoldry and how men are bad.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, which I'm surprised because they did say they were going to change the James Bond to be more effeminate.
They said the same thing about He-Man, and that didn't, everything was fine.
And the thing is I'm not gonna get James Bond because to me he's the Rogue Rose. He's supposed to be a heartbreaker, and plus I don't have a PlayStation. But okay. I've never been one to say if you play James Bond, you're not a real gamer. I've never been one like that. Who was it? Someone said, I think it was Free Fire Super 6 that he was gonna buy Assassin's Creed Shadows when I was talking about it. I was like, well, yeah, you do you. I'm just giving you news and letting you know.
I know people who got Shadows, and good for them for trying to enjoy it.
Yeah, I just personally would buy an Ubisoft game because, I like getting used to owning my own game.
Hey, I'm getting a little tired. Can I show off my game?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
All right. This is the game I wanted to show.
Hold on. Let me. My mouse is being janky again. Oh, hold on. Yeah, put that down. Then I can do this. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So this is a game. It's called Reincarnated as a Dark Lord before taking over the world with power 999999999.
Yeah. Looks like ooh.
$20 right now.
Looks like a swine game.
Looks like a choice-based puzzle RPG.
Yeah.
He plays the villain.
Oh.
A villain game. These are
Yeah,
interesting.
it's very positive
And
reviews.
it's with a very anime title. Reincarnated as a Dark Lord before taking over the world with power 9999999.
Now, here's a question that I know Karen's going to ask, but does it have a demo?
There is a demo. There is a demo right here.
Box checked. Sold.
And 20% off, too.
Yep. I mean, it's cheap. The base price is cheap to begin with. So, like, you save $1 on it.
I like the art style.
Oh, I love the art style. Reminds me of the coffin of Andy and Laylee.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right. Dash
Very
says he's
cool.
got to head out, and at least he was here for the demographic of the young men part. But Dash,
Yep.
definitely come back later to watch the remainder of the replay.
Okay.
Because one of the things, the last thing we're going to talk about, because you're leaving here soon, but the last thing we're going to be talking about is video games activate reward regions of the brain in men more than women. A study finds. We're going to be covering that shortly after you left. So even though you're getting tired and having to leave, just stop by to hear about it because you might arm your arsenal for future content when you have to discuss these things.
Possibly.
So,
yeah. Like, I'll probably try and check the replay a little later. But yeah, like, it's just like, it's getting late. And honestly,
Yeah.
I kind of want to start. I kind of want to. I'm kind of eager to start playing First Light, even though it's probably going to take a long time to install.
Hey, no
Let us
worries.
know how that goes. I'm,
Yeah.
despite the ridiculous bullshit I've heard, is it a Bond game? Does it feel like a Bond game? I'm genuinely curious about that.
Yeah, because I've heard it feels more like people say they want to play Hitman over it because IO Interactive did make the Hitman games. But before we let you go, Dash, I got two things to ask you. One is, do you have any tips for men out there for Men's Self Awareness Month, being the most masculine male, and what you got going on next week?
All right. Next week, I'm going to be doing my original thing. We've got a guest. Mr. Cream Slice is going to be coming to my show on Friday. He's another VTuber. Yeah, best thing to do as a man, like, definitely get exercise, like, remind be positive, like, have things to look forward to, and just like never like try not to be depressed or get, always try to uplift you.
Yeah.
Positive affirmations. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys have fun with the rest of the show.
See you, Dash.
See
Take
you,
care.
Dash.
All right. So now that the fake posers are out, it's time for real gamers. But no, in all seriousness, go subscribe to the most masculine men in the world.
I keep saying I feel inferior over those fucking pecs. I'm working on mine, but damn it, I'm jealous.
But yeah. One thing I'll say is, like, remember I said there was this one image from Helldiver I wanted to use. I needed an excuse for it. I could never find it.
Yep.
I found the excuse.
Nice.
I won't lie. It's like, this actually looks like the Chaos of Men's Mind, and it just put a little teal glow on him, like he's regenerating. And it looks perfect. But yeah. So that being said, hold on. Why is this thing not? There we go. We were talking about the psychology day while you're going out, and it's basically just confirming everything we were experiencing. Like, this is a more positive view. He explains about how he played in the past, and then NCAA football was not around for a while, and they came in, and then as they got older, it subverted their expectations, but they still had that nostalgia of the boys that we were talking about. Remember, this is before we didn't show this yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can say, well, Lavistro, you obviously read it. Yes, of course I obviously read it. But where's the lie in what I said? I didn't. Kara said things, and I know he didn't read this. Dash said things, and I know he didn't read this. Right?
I might have actually. There was a there was a discussion a couple months ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, of it was a similar comparison of like being a gamer is unattractive or unappealing. I don't remember the exact tweet, and I went out and I found, I don't remember how I totally phrased it, but it was something in regards to you haven't provided any data to support your claim. You just made a claim and decided that it was fact because you wanted it to be there. And I went and I found one of them, I think, was Psychology Today. And there was like 2 other, I think, like Institutes of Health, National Institutes of Health or something like that. I found 3 pieces of information showing that video games are actually positive and help for mental health. And I put them in there. I think Alan liked it or something, but naturally this person didn't respond to it because, well, why would they? I'm an absolute nobody.
Yeah.
But their big claim was that they tried to share someone else's tweet as like a gotcha, which was also just an opinion. And I'm looking through reading this like they haven't cited anything either. This person just made an opinion and you just like, see, this person said it too. I don't care what the fuck they say. I want to know what psychologists actually have to say about this.
Yeah. And I'll point it out, and we're going to talk about it next week, but spoilers, is the VA uses game therapy as an official therapy session for veterans. I'm one, and like I said, I was the original trial period. You remember that photo of a soldier with a headset on?
I think so.
That was one of the, because obviously HE, that's one of the earliest therapy. They put the headset on, and part of it was they were trying to trigger to see what triggered their things, right? Their where they're triggered for. So it's a simulation of going through Iraq, right? It could be, and granted, this is government. This is not AAA. So this makes the indie look like AAA when it comes to quality of visuals. Okay, like we're talking like horrible visuals. All right, but you go through these things. But even myself, I noticed when I did this, because I volunteered for the program, we weren't as antsy or like tense, if you will, after it, and we would report that. And so the VA would be like, and they started testing video game therapy. And then someone did, we covered it last year, someone did Dungeons and Dragons therapy and the VA. And they also do this now with, like my son, when we got divorced, he didn't know how to process the feelings. I'm still learning how to like unlock my feelings. And mine's not the stoic society bullshit. I got traumatized. So I'm afraid. So I had to learn this, that I'm subconsciously afraid to open up to people and develop a relationship with people. And it's hard even with my son. So, but like, I still do it with my son. He still has dad. He likes his dad, everything. But when he was dealing with these complex emotions, like, does mom hate me? Why did mom leave? I did not know how to answer that for him. I did not know how to deal with that because I was shut down myself because my emotional support network just stabbed me in the back and wanted a divorce. Which this is true Lavistro fashion. Did I ever tell you when my divorce date was? Because she said her exact words were, "I want to be divorced ASAP." And it wasn't because of PTSD. She just wanted to. She heard her friends say about independent, strong woman, so she decided. She wanted ASAP. Guess when we got divorced?
48 hours later.
No, that's not how it works. We got divorced. I even told her what the day was, and she said she was fine with it. Now she holds it over like it's my fault. We got divorced on Valentine's Day.
Oof.
And I keep telling her it's the last Valentine's gift I ever gave you. And it's like, I did tell you the day, and he said you didn't care. You wanted ASAP. You could have chose any other day. I left it on to you. I wanted to get this process over. You wanted to get this process over it. And I could have chose Monday and told you that. I chose Valentine's Day, sure. But you could have said, I don't want it on Valentine's Day. You wouldn't have gotten it. That would be the first Valentine's Day you would never gotten something from me. But
damn.
But yeah, it's like one of those twists, I think. But that being said, speaking of ladies and women and everything else, we're gonna skip the social one. Go to the one about the video games activate reward regions. It's a Stanford study. You might have to zoom in a little bit because it's one of those type of things. Video games activate reward regions of the brain men more than women, Stanford studies finds. Researchers have shown that part of the brain that generates reward feelings is activated in men than women during video gameplay, which also explains why the demographic of there's more men in games than women. I'm not saying women don't. I'm just saying there's a reason why, and that's why they're trying to skew it, because the women that make the games, like for example, God of War, right? That woman made it from a woman's perspective, right? And even the creator says this is stupid, it's going to fail because it wasn't written from a woman's perspective. Granted, there are female writers that have written very good male protagonist games, but it's not because they said I'm put myself in there. It's not because I said I want to make this game for women. It's these are males that are going to be interested in this game. I'm going to make sure it appeals to the male audience while not sacrificing my principles. And they've done very good jobs. So, let's continue on. Alan Reese, MD, and his colleagues have a pretty good idea why your husband or boyfriend can't put down the Halo 3. In a first of its kind imaging study, the Stanford University School of Medicine researchers have shown the part of the brain that generates rewarding feelings is activated in men than women during video gameplay. And remember, there's not much to goon at in Halo. Just pointing out. Yeah.
Halo 3? No, not much. The amount of Cortana cutscenes is kind of limited. It's peppered.
Yes, but still, they play that, and there was pretty sure there was gooner games out there, right? That many could have chosen said. However, the gender differences may help explain why males are more attracted to and more likely to become hooked on video games than females. The researchers wrote in their paper, which was recently published online in Journal of Psychiatric Research. More than 230 million video and computer games were sold in 2005, and polls showed that 40% of Americans play video games on a computer or console. According to a 2007 Harris Interactive survey, young males are 2 to 3 times more likely than females to feel addicted to video games. Yes, I know they said addicted. Okay, we've already discussed it. People are still gonna have that spin on it. All right, I'm gonna acknowledge that. But you gotta understand also, if you scroll up, because I forget to mention how old this article is. 2008.
We didn't have the data at the time.
We didn't have the data at the time. This is even before Ferguson pointed out the flaws of a video game addiction. This is before when the UN said there's a video game addiction disorder in their ICU or whatever they call it, right? And this is before they come out months later and say, "Thank God for video games for keeping us sane." Just months later, not years, months. UN. And this is also before the collection of neurosurgeons, psychiatrists, and everyone else giving the UN a scathing letter about that. Not to thank God for getting us sane, but the video game addiction saying it's too soon. We're gonna acknowledge that little nuance there. Where was I? I think video games. This clip is demonstrating game properties. Skip that. Despite the popularity of video and computer games, little is known about the neural process back then, okay? And no research has been done on gender-specific differences in brain responses to video games. Reese, senior author of the study, and Howard C. Robbins, professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences, has long been interested in studying gender differences. In 2005, he published a study showing that men and women process humor differently. He and his colleagues have become interested in exploring the concept of territoriality, and they determined the best way to do so was a simple computer game. Researchers designed a game involving a vertical line, the wall, in the middle of a computer screen. When a game begins, 10 balls appear to the right of the wall and travel to the left towards the wall, kind of like Pong. Each time a ball is clicked, it disappears from the screen. If the balls were kept in a certain distance from the walls move to the right, and the player gains territory or space on the screen if a ball hits the wall. Basically, they're describing the game. During the study, 22 young adults, 11 men and 11 women, so it's very balanced, right? Played numerous 24-second intervals of the game while being hooked up to functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI machines. fMRI is designed to produce a dynamic image showing which parts of their brains are working during a given activity. Study participants were instructed to click as many balls as possible. they weren't told that they could gain or lose territory depending on what they did with balls. Reset. All the participants quickly learned the point of the game, and male and female participants wound up clicking on the same number of balls. The men, however, wound up gaining a significant greater amount of space than the women. That's because the men identify which balls, the ones closest to the wall, would help them acquire the most space if clicked. The female got the game, and they moved the wall in the direction you would expect. They appeared motivated to succeed at the game. The males were just a lot more motivated to succeed. So that's the difference. The women appeared to be motivated, but the males were a lot more motivated.
There was more
Like
competition.
the MRI just said, here's the scans of their brains. The males are actually engaged. They're actually engaged. And we know
the
women.
competitive nature of the men took hold, and they're like, I want to be the
Lizard
best
brain.
at this.
Caveman brain. Yeah. Be what space. Be what space. Be am best. Yeah. that's literally men. And that's the thing is like just a segue a little bit. This thing about what I said about men are men of action and they're doers, especially in therapy. We have to conquer something. It doesn't matter if it's making our bed, because that's another thing people say. Like, if you're having a shitty day, at least make your bed so at the end of the day you did something right. For men, that little simple thing does a lot to their brain. They're like, well, at least have a good bed made, right? It's not just a woman thing. It's like that's just like how men are, right? We need to conquer to say, well, I did something right, so that I have one victory under my belt. Doesn't matter if it's fighting a T-Rex billions of years ago to making a bed or playing a video game. We it's just who we are. We can't change that about us. It's like people have tried, it fails. But yeah, where's it going to? Okay, so at analyzing the data machine of the entire group, researchers found that participants showed activation of brains. I can't say that center, the region typically associated with reward and addiction. That's another thing. It's reward and addiction. And people are finding out it's like dopamine. Like, remember that guy we were talking about? And we talked about during Mother's Day. He talked about dopamine as addiction. It's like, I don't need a dopamine hit.
Yeah.
I was like, well, you do realize that you get dopamine from playing cardboard games, and you're a praise and worship leader, and studies finds that praise and worship literally activates dopamine region of the brain, making you, by your logic, a drug dealer, right?
Or drug consumer.
Yeah, dopamine. But the thing is, like, there is in the same brain there's addiction, which can cause the correlation, but it's not the causation of addiction. There are underlying factors that cause this, right? But the thing is, like, it wouldn't just be games. Like, for example, Hoarders, the show Hoarders, right? People would collect things, right? And we'd be like, what on earth? And they would have an addiction to collecting things, not throwing it, because there's an underlying problem that causes them to do that that's not addressed. Otherwise, shopping is addiction, but like just that concept of keeping things and hoarding things that you like would be an addiction, right? Like, we all hoard something. For example, Karish, you look at your back wall. That I would call that hoarding.
It is somewhat of a hoard. I don't use these things regularly, but I like them.
Yeah.
And so
but it would be an addiction if you didn't stop, right?
Yeah, if like at every show you just saw more and more, and suddenly the wall kept getting closer to where I didn't have any room, you might start to ask, you okay? Like, where's your money going with that? Like, you'd start to notice.
And usually it's not because, unlike drugs or alcohol type stuff, that kind of addiction isn't from hoarding. It's from something underlying, because each of those items that you bought reminds you of something that makes you feel good, and you don't want to lose that feeling. And even though if you no longer get that feeling from it, you still keep it because you're hoping you'll get it again from it, right? So there's an underlying issue that you need to go to therapy for, okay? Because at that point in time, if that happened, there's nothing I could do as a friend to snap you out of it. You need professional help. So there's a distance between professional help needs and just, I need to go talk to a friend and get my mind right. Like, I need an outside, a fresh look on something. Male brains, however, continue on, showed much greater activation, and the amount of activation was correlated, it seems to be my favorite word, but they used to use it too, with how much territory they gained. This wasn't the case of women. Three structures with the Rohr circuit, the nucleus accumbens, all that stuff, right? The medical terms I didn't go to school for, were all shown to influence each other more in men than in women, and the better connection this circuit was, the better males performed the game. The findings indicate the researcher says that successfully acquiring territory in a computer game format is more rewarding for men than women. And Reese, for one, isn't surprised. I think it's fair to say males tend to be more instinctually territorial. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who historically are the conquerors and tyrants of our species. They are males. Oh, what did I say, Karis, earlier? Something about conquer.
We
I didn't say
we
anything
like
about
to conquer something.
Yeah.
We feel the need to. I look at more as we need a task. We need something to fix. We need something to complete. Whether it be conquering a territory, building something, destroying something, we need a task to focus on that has a start to finish. We need that in our lives.
And it does help us. Now, granted, there are people that will push their emotions and problems down by focusing on that task. All right. But people won't see that as addiction. Like, people will say, oh, I'm a work addict, right? But other people say, no, that's a good worker, right? But we will notice they will push their problems down, and we don't normally call that an addiction. When we say, oh, he's staying late at night, he's obviously ignoring his issues. But we don't call that an addiction too much, right? The same with games. If someone's playing, like, gamers, we go way too long with games with hours. Like, that's our passion, right? But if someone's playing way too much gameplay that affects their day-to-day activity lives, the needs to, like, take a shower and stuff, there's an underlying mental health issue that needs to be addressed. And it doesn't mean video game addiction. It means that's helping them keep them one more night, but they're not seeking treatment. They're not going to the gym. They're not, even if you don't go to the gym, let's say you don't go to the gym. Okay, fine. You don't like going to the gym. Got it. Are you cleaning your house? Are you taking a shower? Do you know I was playing the TGC card game simulator? And one of the things they have in there is just smelly nerd tropes. Like, they come in, they have the stink lines on there. The fact that they had that, and the flies and stuff, they come there. I just remember my own times playing Magic the Gathering at these shops, and my eyes were watering and gagging because that subconscious memory of that, right? And one thing I've been mentioning is one thing I found when I was playing the card games. There's actually a guy who he was AR'd by a dude, and he never talked about it. He wouldn't wash. He just come by, do magic cards, everything else like that, right? And well, I don't know the guy much, right? But I was in my 20s when this happened. But one day he just never showed up. And well, we were like, even though he was doing stuff, we were wondering, like, did we make fun of him too much, or did we make him uncomfortable? Well, because we didn't know why, like, when this happened, and we were able to convince the store owner, like, because we were all chummy, right, and stuff, to see if we could find out what happened to this guy. Like, yeah, this is kind of weird because obviously he was a whale, like, he bought all those cards and stuff.
Yeah.
We went to the guy's house. It was his mom's house. His sister answered the door, and she explained to us what happened, right, including the art thing, and that he left us the note on his nightstand after he downed a capsule of meds that he could get over that R incident. He never talked about it because he was afraid he would get laughed at about being, like he could be in front of a gay joke. Because his sister's like, yeah, it was weird because like a year later he was very adamant about his hygiene, and he never, like, his room looked like a horror episode too. But I forget I was going with this, but basically the only thing that he felt, I guess the way I'm trying to get this, the only thing he felt safe about, it wasn't in the letter, it's just something I pieced together over time. So I was trying to make sense of all this, is that he felt normal playing card games. And he wanted something to keep him that distraction. Video games no longer interested him, movies no longer interested him. It was just Magic the Gathering. Now, I'm not saying every smelly fucker is like that, okay? And some are just fucking lazy slobs. Let's just be honest, right? But usually when people aren't taking care of themselves, one thing I've learned, and this seems to back this up, is there's an underlying medical condition or mental health issue that's not being addressed.
Yeah.
Games can only go so far to help. But anyways, the findings that show up apply to other video games and computer games. Fair represent a generic computer game. Blah blah blah. So basically, we play games because it triggers something in us men, which explains why we're the dominant male. Like you're not gonna. This is the reason why they've tried so many times to get women into games more, and then when they couldn't get that, they added Candy Crush and all these other games, right? And still, the women feign the interest. But this is why most women I've noticed that are on like Twitch and stuff that are skippy, that look like they would equivalent to OnlyFans, right? Having a air quotes pet in the background, or doing more sexual stuff. Like it's okay to love to, if you want to enjoy, if that's your type of enjoyment, fine. Like I'm not judging that. That's not the point. My point is the people doing it aren't playing games out of the love of the game. They're doing it for content. They're doing it for attention. They're doing it for money. Different reasons other than I simply love this game and I want to share it with people. I simply want to play a game and share my hobby with people and see if people want to talk about it. Like there's a difference there. And we're seeing that most when you take all that out, even in this study, men more than women had a response to the game.
There's another aspect of gaming that that people don't really talk about that I think is worthy of including in that, and that is the cozy scene. The cozy scene gets a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Because there's this idea that cozy gamers aren't real gamers, even though they spend money on the games, they play them. Hotaro's a cozy gamer, and she spends quite a bit of time playing that game. She has invested interest in the games that she plays. But it's a similar thing where you're there to enjoy the thing because that is that space that you trust. I think people don't really take cozy gamer serious because unlike the first-person shooter scene, which loves to be loud and bombastic and try to claim that they are the gamers, they are true gamers. Cozy gamers are just as much gamers as the first-person shooters, as the Dredge players, like I play Dredge, or the horror game play, or even the narrative storylines. I don't like when people start qualifying. You're playing that game. Well, that's not a real game, and this is not including the mixtape failure and whatnot. People seem to really want to throw in cozy as like not real games, and that really irritates me because something like I've really been focusing on this bit a lot lately with the release of Paralives, and that there was so many people that didn't even know Paralives was a thing unless you were part of that scene. You go right now to the Paralives development YouTube channel, 200,000 plus subscribers. That's not a drop in the bucket. Like Camelot 331 has over 200,000 subscribers. They're neck and neck with each other pretty much. But this game was in development for 5 to 7 years, and when it came out, it blew up in that scene. And that really shows to me, anyways, that there is this whole scene of people that, sure, they're probably really introverted. They don't talk very much, but they are passionate and they care about this thing because it's comfortable for them. And I think a lot of where I was trying to go with this is there's this word addiction that's thrown around a lot. I think people are confusing addiction with comfortability. I can play certain games over and over and over again because I'm comfortable with it. Doesn't mean I'm addicted to it. I don't need these certain games to live. I'm comfortable with it and I like it. It's like some people watch Star Trek The Next Generation again. They're not addicted to it. They don't need it to live. They're comfortable with it because it makes them feel good, because it does hit those, whatever the receptors are, dopamine receptors, serotonin receptors. I don't know the proper word for it, but There's a comfortability that you get from either watching TNG, playing a cozy game, playing a horror game. And I wanted to mention the cozy game because it is a scene that is slowly getting more and more acknowledged. I wish it got acknowledged more faster because it is a legit scene and I think is worthy of being included in this. But it's one that's...
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
It's one that isn't really included as much. And I think it's hand waved as again, it's, well, those aren't real games. The Sims isn't a real game. Really? Really? Show your work kind of thing, that it's not a real game. Like, we can show our work as to why something like Mixtape isn't a real game, or maybe Dear Esther isn't a real game. But
tell me about it. I made an entire video using the 3 principles of game design.
Yes.
Explaining Mixtape as not a real game.
I want to bet something like Paralives does hold. It has enough of the game pillars that it's a real game. It's got it's got a following. Why is that something that is not included? Because, oh, you can't pull a gun out and blow somebody's head.
It kind of reminds me of something back when I was in early in my mod days for Hypnotic. Hypnotic was playing, I think it was Final Fantasy, one of the Final Fantasy remakes, and he was using Stream on Kick, and he mentions about how you're not a real gamer if you're playing for controller.
Oh,
and and I looked at him, and I looked at the screen. I was like, this motherfucker. So I had to say something. I was like, well, I'm a gamer and I use a controller, and I told him, it's like, I had to use a controller because of my disability. Then he kind of bounced back to me. He's like, well, yeah, that would be exception. I understand that you have a disability, you would have to use a controller. Like, then if I'm the exception because I have to use a controller, but I'm not going to use mouse keyboard, then that means by that logic, that the fact that you're admitting that, everyone's a real gamer who plays with a controller. Because it's our playstyle, it's our personal taste, our personal choice of how to play. Like there are some games I can play mouse and keyboard, and there are some where I just prefer a controller. And even indie games say it's best to play this with a controller, right? Because they intended it for a controller gameplay. They think of the hardware. That's not what makes you a gamer. And the same thing, the cozy game. If you for example, if by the logic cozy games makes you not a real gamer, then playing Souls-like games is not a real gamer. By that same logic.
Yes. Let's absolutely throw that in there. If you love Elden Ring and Dark Souls, you're a
and that's
fake
all
gamer.
you play. And here's another thing I'll add, because I can kind of get caught out on this one, but the thing is that people forget is nuance. If you only play AAA games, you're not a real gamer. No. Okay, I mentioned that too, but here's the thing. You can have a certain taste and quality. Maybe you like AAA games. Maybe you like the semantic games. As long as it follows the 3 pillars, right? You like it, you play it. Play the games your way. I personally am tired of the slop I'm getting at $100 a piece. Why am I going to, if I'm going to pay for slop, I'm going to play an indie game. Because then I can make the justification, and it's $20 of why I'm going to play this game that's not as polished as a AAA game could be. And believe it or not, we've seen so many indie games with solo deaths and everything that are better than AAA.
And that goes to what I was mentioning about it's not the addiction. You are comfortable with an indie game. You're not comfortable anymore with a AAA because it's not giving you that familiarity of, I like this. I like this feeling. You and I, we're not getting that with AAA anymore. And Alan Jones, Half-Life 2, that's another one. It's not even a guilty pleasure. I'm not guilty about it. I fucking own that shit. I'll play that right now if I want to. But
I just got to talking about how much I love Retro Rewind, and technically that's the Paranormal Cleanup would be considered technically a cozy game.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Paranormal Cleanup, like there's a real element where I'm like uncomfortable. So there's a serious risk to it. There's not nearly as much risk to Retro Rewind, but there is.
Well, there is.
There's an urge to complete the thing that goes back to the task orientation of I want to complete this. I want to.
The objective of the game is to succeed in building a successful retro video game rental store. That's the objective. Yes. Just like Farm Simulator. Farm Simulator doesn't have a real risk, but if you don't make your choices properly, you could delay that successful farm. That's the risk. There's a risk versus reward there. Mixtape doesn't have that.
No.
The gameplay style and risk reward, the risk state is different. It's not game over. It's this simulation will keep running and you'll keep sucking until you figure out how to manage and bounce back from failing at managing your resources. You're gonna that's the thing. The game doesn't complete until you succeed.
Yep.
The simulation doesn't end until you succeed.
The beatings will continue until you get better.
Exactly. And the thing is, I like cozy games. I'm a veteran and I like cozy games. I like sitting there and just escaping the reality. I like RPGs. Does that make me a non-gamer? Because I prefer RPGs over, say, Call of Duty. I mean, yeah, I can't play those certain games. I still play Halo, right? I can still play Halo. I still play some PvP games, but I don't like PvP games anymore. Not because the competition not good. It's just not fun for me. Right?
And
maybe when I was younger. Yeah,
I've heard that argument of, if you don't play PvP games, you do PvE, or you go. It used to be player versus bots. Now it's it's the acronyms PvE. Like, you're not a real gamer. Who the fuck are you to decide that? Who put you in charge? No one.
Just like there's people that prefer PvPs because they want to be League of Legends pro gamer MLG contenders, and they had those in there. That's why League of Legends is no longer fun. And League of Legends was one of the few PvPs I used to like. All right, I used to like it, and it's not fun anymore because once it became like one of those competitive sports, professional sports games, everybody's hoping to get noticed and recruited by a team. Everybody's hoping for that, so it saps all the fun out of it.
Yeah,
I hate playing those games because I'm like, I'm there just to have fun. I'm not there to be number one on the charts. If it happens, it happens. I'm there to have fun. I'm there if I do own a gamer, like a fellow player, and like roast him. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and and have my fun, do my teabagging situation like in Halo, all that stuff. This tradition, got it. I'm going to celebrate that like everyone else. But I'm not there to be number one on this part. I'm there to play with my buddies. Like when I play when Carrot says his thing and says we're going to hold Halo, and I hear about it, it's like, yeah, I'll play Halo with you. Or sometimes we play Helldiver, sometimes we play other games. I'm more PvE because I'm not sitting there worried about, am I going to have fun? Am I going to have to worry about, even with the friendly fire and stuff, it happens, right? But I'm there to have fun.
It's an accidental situation.
Yeah. And the thing is that we still have chaos. It still has chaos. We still have fun. And that we're still gamers. Because at the end of the game, we're there to play the game. We're there to enjoy play, the state of play.
And that's the therapy. That is a form. That is more of a completed form of therapy. And I've been to therapy, and none of it actually fucking worked because I never felt like there was. Sorry, I'm smacking my mic. I never felt like there was a completedness. I never felt like I was achieving anything in that therapy. It seemed to be more keep talking. It's why I don't like a lot of role playing anymore, because there's the grind. Therapy, professional therapy for me felt like a grind with no success. A lot of role playing games like World of Warcraft, as much as there are things about it that I like, there's too much grinding that doesn't feel satisfying. There needs to be some reward for my grind. Like, I go to work and I get a paycheck. That is the reward for that work. If I'm not getting that satisfaction, it's not working for me, and I'm not going to do it anymore. And games, it probably fucks with my brain in some weird way that maybe if I was born 20 years before I actually was and didn't have that, I would have a different mindset. But that helps me get through life, is having that risk and that determination, knowing that I'm going to get some kind of reward. It's a fake reward, but it's one that makes me happy, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Sorry, just had to deal with my cat. Anyway, anyway, I think that when it comes to these things, when it comes to games, we're supposed like people want to say define what a gamer is, just like what real man is, or try to stigmatize it. And well,
you're at a
thing-
loss for it because it's just so the different. You probably had what I just had right now, which is like you had probably the manosphere, you had the feminazis, you had all these people trying to claim that they know the real answer of what it means to be the thing, and none of them are correct.
All right, yeah. And the thing I'll say is like I'm trying to be fair here because I don't want to I did mention the time about Hypno, but when it comes to everything, I guess the way I'm trying to say is the nuance, the intent of why you're playing the game. If you're playing it for pastime, just to pass the time. That's what pastime means, to pass the time, right? Like sports. There's people that play sports. Like I'll play sports. I'll play basketball, shoot some hoops with my son, or catch, or even go watch a game with somebody because they want to watch the game and they had a free ticket. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm not interested. I'm really not interested in watching sports. It's like those girls that in that study we did. They showed interest, but their brain showed a different story, right? The imaging, the data. I'm there just to hang out with my buddy. I'm there to spend time with my son. That's what I'm really doing. I'm not doing it because I love that particular hobby. Gaming is a hobby. To be a gamer is to be a hobbyist of games, to be a connoisseur of games. You know what games are good or not based on your own experiences, and people ask you for your opinions on that, right? How is this a good game? Like when Dash said he's going to play 007, what do we ask him? Let us know if it's a good game, right? Because we heard all these things, and even from the devs, we're not going to risk our money on it, but someone decided to risk their money on it and said, you know what? Let us know. Because we care about the gameplay. We care about, does it feel like a Bond game? Does it feel like a game? We're willing to look past the politics if the gameplay is there, if the fun is there. And that's the thing. When I stream, let's see. If I stream Retro Run, let's say, right? I'm not streaming it just to see if it's actually good, right? I don't need to stream for that. I don't have to advertise. I'm playing Retro Rewind, so you don't have to. I'm not doing it. Like, to be fair, I want to review this game to see if it's actually good. After I read so many reviews, watched so many videos that the data from what their advertising is saying, it's bad. The only time I would change my mind on that is someone that I knew and trusted was playing the game and says, actually, I found this out. It's actually not that bad. For example, Honor Among Thieves. PR said it was going to be a woke disaster. Like, that's like, we made fun of males, everything else. I was bored one day and I wanted to watch a fantasy movie, and I saw Honor Among Thieves out there on my Amazon. So, you know what? Fine. I'll just watch it. Good example of a pastime. I'm not a cinephile. I'm not someone who's big into movies, even though I watch movies. I watched it to pass the time, found out it was actually pretty good. It had a lot of Easter eggs of gameplay, like game experiences, like the Nat 1, where the guy, have you ever seen the faces of that bard, right? Where his face is all distorted and stuff?
Yep.
That would simulate a Nat 1. A natural 1, right? Or when the wizard was running to sneak, right? And he gets his foot stuck, that is a failed roll for a DC. The game mechanics of you have to roll a higher number to succeed on a D20. And those were cleverly written into the movie. As a gamer, who played D&D, I actually could recognize those mechanics. It's like, you know what? This was pretty clever. They made it fit into the story. That, like, if you didn't know anything about D&D, you just say, "Oh, it's one of those situations of life sucks." Situation like those that Murphy's Law. If it can happen, it will. But for a gamer, like, the player must have rolled a Nat 1. There's that. And then if you are a fan of D&D, you would see so much references of older editions. For example, the Coliseum area had the moving rooms and a gelatinous cube, which is a throwback to D&D Edition 1, the original D&D. The mazes were cubed, like literally the size of a gelatinous cube. And it was the example why the dungeons were always seemed to be picked clean. Like, there was no bodies in there and stuff. It was like that lore that guy gets add in there. But the point is, it's like, as a gamer, I play a game to have fun, to show the game. And like when I had to play the Luminary game, I was a little upset with my experience. I was so excited for it and everything, right? And I was frustrated, and I told the devs my frustration, right? And I was genuine. And the devs took that professionally, right? And granted, I still think the last time I played it, I still think it needs some polish and work because it's meant for higher rigs. They didn't optimize it for lower rigs. But that's their choice, whatever. The thing is like, it's like I like the game, it just needs some polish. And it did have some polish. It had some fun gameplay mechanics. I spent 60 hours on that demo off screen. Because this is the Temu Fable devs, right? I love that game. It's meant to be they say one of the early things it did is it's supposed to be a cozy family Souls-like game. So it's not dark. Most Souls-like are probably dark fantasy. Another thing I hate. I don't want every dark fantasy game to be a Souls-like. I want to play dark fantasy and not worry if I'm memorizing all the attack moves. I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm here for, right? That's not my kind of gameplay. Some people do it. That's okay. I like dark fantasy games. Medieval from PlayStation 1, for example. Dark fantasy, no cartoonish, but fun gameplay. But when you play a game and it doesn't feel like a chore, you get that therapy, like you're saying, you get that therapy you need. You get that ability to unwind, relax, not be constantly reminded about real world issues. You're there to decompress so that you can deal with real world issues if that's what you want to do later on. You can deal with your finances. You can deal with, to quote the Wokies, the oppression of the minorities or women or whatever, right? Whatever you want to talk about. The fact that people are trying to censor conservative values, whatever politic BS or issue you have. For women, it's talking about it, and that's why they like. One thing my ex-wife had an issue with me is she would come by and say, I want to talk about this issue, forgetting I'm a man. And when my wife, someone I love, comes to me with a problem, I love her so much that I want to fix her problem that she is addressing to me. In reality, she just wants to talk to me about it. She has to remind me, I don't want you to fix it. I just want to vent. She had to get to that level of our communication. I'm like, okay, shutting down Mr. Fix-It. Shutting down Bob the Builder program. Shutting all that down. Let's listen to what she has to say and try not to zone out. Which happens because if I'm not fixing something, I just zone out. I don't mean to. It just happens. But for me, doing something helps me realize, oh wow, that's how I can fix this problem. That's how I can address this issue. Or maybe it's just decompressing. And people are like, why don't you talk about it? Talking's not going to fix it for me.
Nope.
Now, granted, I do therapy because I do need to. There are times where I do need to talk about something, and there are times where we do therapy for ourselves. That happens, but men have to fix something. That's why some of these therapists are upset about it, right? But at the same time, acknowledge, yeah, this is actually beneficial. There's actually benefits of mental health from doing this. This could help solve the male loneliness epidemic. This can help solve the depression, isolation, and sushi issues. It can solve all these things that we mentioned. And we put in our video as well. Gaming is probably the most masculine thing out there that the real man fantasy does. And I'm being bold on this one, but it's probably the most masculine thing out there that's being denied by people who want to call for real men. Because what was the sports of kings? Chess. What did men who played chess do? They played chess and solved problems together. They talked about politics. They talked about issues. And this is a chess, the game, the sport of kings. Mm-hmm. Same thing with cards, gin, rummy, all this stuff, bridge, board games. Video games is just the next evolution of that. It's no less masculine, no less addictive. But I did realize we talked over it. Did you want to have any final thoughts? Because we're at over 4 hours.
Not real. Just I think I've mostly said my big bit. I went on my tangents because there's there's things that annoy me, especially like you pointed them out when there's the hand wave of,
Mhm.
well, this isn't professional, and that actually I was gonna bring it up, but I would have gone on a tangent. Is something that some journalists have done as well, is they try to play the authoritative role of, well, this isn't the way that we think this should be. It was in regards to basically hand waving indie games being more popular. I think this was like a year ago at PAX, or I have the article somewhere. And it's actually why for a long time I was using the phrase deprofessional, because it was a phrase that was used to describe indie developers as, okay, you're a developer, but you're not a real developer. We up here in our ivory tower are declaring that you are not a real person. You're not a real thing because you're not doing things the way that we are. This gatekeeping, this self-entitled gatekeeping of, you're not legit. We've decided you're not legit because we don't like the way that you're doing things, even though there's no rules that were established that were being broken. They did a thing. And I kind of see a little bit of that ivory towerish in some of the verb, not in this particular one, not in the Stanford one, but some of the other ones. This like ivory tower, we know better than you do. You're not doing things properly. Well, why don't you spend a day in our heads? You're not in our heads. You haven't experienced what we have. You haven't had the failures that we've had. You haven't attempted from our perspective of what we have. So for you to say, oh, this isn't real therapy, go fuck yourself. What do you know what real therapy is? If that's how you're going to be judgmental. Like, therapy is what helps our brain. I don't like when someone reduces this small little thing based on their own their personal. It's no longer even professional. It's personal opinion on what they think the thing should be. Just they declared what the thing should be. And no, each person is different. There's over 7 billion of us on the planet. Professional therapy may work 0. It may work 100%. Whereas gaming it has a hurdle to go over, but there is evidence that it is working. It has worked. It will continue to work. It won't work all the time. For some people that have serious trauma, gaming may absolutely do jack shit for them. And that is unfortunate, but that is the reality. Gaming is not the fix-all recipe, but it's not a 0. Yeah, it's not a 0 either. And it's the people saying that it's the 0 that kind of get under my skin a little bit, because it has been a percentage of heals for me over the years.
Exactly.
So that's my kind of my closing out of that, and that I hope we get more data over the years, and that there's more studies done, more intricate studies. This study is from 2008. And I'm pretty sure there's studies going on right now.
I have an entire folder of leaks just with this stuff, because I've been arguing this for years, and I'm not some big sciencey guy or anything like that. Like, I look at the facts, because I asked myself when people say video games are addictive, I was like, are they? Video games are violence, are they? Because I don't want to do something that's going to make me turn into an addicted, mindless zombie going to shoot people out at a 7-Eleven and go steal a car or anything like that. The GTA fallacy, as the actual psychologist has actually called it now. They call that GTA fallacy. But I also believe that it's masculine to play games, or rather, it's not really that it's masculine. It's neutral. You can play it, and it's not what you. It's not. It helps men basically, but it's not what makes you masculine. What makes you masculine? That's the thing that I get pissed off about, is hearing all these fish, fresh and fit, and all these other people that have no idea what a man is. You go look at their past, like that Walsh guy, I forget, Matt Walsh.
Yeah,
right? He says gaming is evil and anime is of the devil, right? never served in the military, has no background in any of the top professions that we mentioned. Fresh and Fit, none of them have ever mentioned, or there's even records that says they've held a master's profession, much less served. As a veteran of the United States military, I'm not going to listen to them. They never held their feet to the fire. That's why I said, have you served? Have you tested the fires? We have. Because most of these guys never did that. And most of them are prep guys. So they have daddy's money. They can buy emotional support. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean, they can buy their friends.
They can.
All right. Karis, I know you work in the government, and I always think that is you work as indoors a lot. All right. But you have mentioned you have worked in construction. You have worked other things. Mikey Doucette, the goon room. He worked in a steel mill. Okay. Plays video games. Steel mill. Let me give you this the context of steel mill. Homer Simpson thinks his son Bart Simpson was gay, so he sends his son to the steel mill to learn what a real man is, to masculine the gay out of him or something like that. It turns out the entire steel mill was a gay steel mill, and Bart goes, Homer, why didn't you send me to a gay steel mill? He's like, I don't know, son. And as the whole steel mill turns into a gay rave party, they're backing out, right? So appearances are deceiving. Is one thing I put that out. So appearances are deceiving. Just because a person looks masculine doesn't make them masculine. All right. And when you find that out, you're like, oh shit, that the real person that is masculine is the nerdy, sweaty guy that I make fun of. No, that was just a one-time thing. That he would never do that again. It turns out, oh wow, he served in the military, or oh wow, he's a logger, and to de-stress, he goes and plays video games because he had to deal with the foreman giving him shit. He had to deal with the cop giving him shit for running late and speeding. He had to deal with some woman at the bar or his girlfriend or wife yelling at him for playing video games all the time. And he just needs that one night just to put everything back together again. And that's why it pisses me off when people say this is not a real man, because it's like, you don't know what a real man is. You don't know the reason why they're playing those video games. I literally play video games not just to have fun. It's part of my therapy now. Like literally prescribed from the VA, my therapy. And it's also what keeps me alive every day. I know it sounds dark, but for me, it's a Tuesday. That's just the reality of my life. Games keep me alive. And when I hear people say, I heard I'm not a real man, I'm like, it pisses me off. I'm like, no, you're a real man. Do you take care of, do you have a job? Do you have a family? No. Okay. Do you pay your bills on time? Yeah. So you have a job, you pay your bill on time, you pay your taxes, and someone asks you for something, you help, you do something with action. That makes you more man than that gym rat that likes to own thoughts online, who's never done a hard day's work in his life.
Yeah.
Or even a feminist says a real man is this. They write books on what a real man is with no understanding of men. They write it based on their fantasy idea of a man, and never did any research or asked why men are like this and how he can improve it. There are things about men that are that are bad, that are jerks. Well, I'm a male purple dragon. Yeah, I'm a male purple dragon. So let's get that right. The same thing. But anyways, my point is, it's like, if you want to play games, it's not the games that define you. It's what you do. And if you're playing games to get out of your social isolation and stuff, please, if it keeps you alive one more night, I care about it. Cares about it. We all care about it. You can talk to us anytime you want. I would assume, right? Cares, like we're pretty down to earth. We care about, men's health, and that's why we're mentioning this. But also, if it's really bad, I have it in my description. I have it under the better line here. 988 isn't just a PTSD crisis line. Civilians can use that too.
Yep.
All right. It got converged together. So there is an option for vets. There's an option in there, like you press 1 for vets or whatever. Like they'll say reply 1 with, or reply 2 vets or civilian, right? You can talk to. There are times where I wasn't really going to go that dark route. Like I wasn't there yet, but I was so close to it. I just needed someone to talk to. And this was before I was streaming. And my buddies were all drunk, so I already knew I can't call them, right? My army buddies. I would use that line. I was like, hey, I'm not there yet, but I'm in a dark place right now. And I know if I don't get out of this, I'm going to spiral. I need someone to distract me, talk me through this. And they did that. Yeah. I can't physically do that for you. All right. I can't. But I'm there to help you with the lighter take. Because if I realize you're having that problem, I'm going to tell you, dial that, like, unless you're foreign, I'm going to say, dial this number, text this number right now. And when they respond, I'm not going to let you go. Like, you can obviously hang up. I can say, I'm not going to let you go until you text this number. And then once you text that number and they say they're on the front, then I'm like, okay, talk to them. Let me know later on if you're good. Because, well, like I said, I play games. I have a passion for games because it has worked throughout my whole life. It has, and then today it keeps me alive. So,
did you hear about the case of? I have it like saved somewhere. There was this guy that was downward spiraling, and he was at the end of his rope, and so he tried to dial that number, and it turned out that the lines were all busy, and he kept getting notifications or like audio notifications that the lines are busy right now. No one can come to you. And he was laughing so hard over the situation that he ended up forgetting about this qualm that he had and just realized this is so fucking funny that I was at this and no one can actually, there's no one available on the fucking planet that can take my call. That's like, he just found that so hilarious. That alone was enough to snap him out of his qualm.
Exactly.
But it's like the diamond in the rough that does not happen. Yeah. But it's, I don't know if it was the 99. I think it was like the full-on number, but it was one of those, it was like a 2 a.m. kind of situation. And I remember I snapshotted that. I was like, that's interesting. Like, that's not going to happen very often, but that is fascinating that the guy found humor in a failed system that was supposed to save him. But
okay,
he got something out of it.
All right, I'll touch you in a minute. So we're almost wrapping up. Sorry, my son was trying to show me his Legos.
Legos. Yeah. Yes.
But anyways, yeah, these things are serious. And next week we're gonna be talking about vets, and we're still gonna keep it within men's health because a lot of those things that you're gonna find out that the VA discovered are being shared with men and even women in real life, regardless if it's PTSD or mental health. So a lot of things the VA discovered in games, you're gonna find that out next week. And yes, for next 4 videos, you're gonna have that 6-month intro. Yes. But that being said, it's time for games we find interesting, and mine is something I'm gonna have to be careful about. I just got yes, he does. He's getting really involved in that. I think I over encouraged him because he knows not to come over here until I'm done. But he knows I like Legos too. We build Legos together. But yeah, so mine is I'm gonna be careful about because Mikey just sent to me and I looked at it real quick. And it's an interesting game, but it's something I have to be careful when I show it because, well, we'll show it in a minute. But Karis, what you got going on? It's a black screen.
There we go.
Oh, I read that wrong. Oh my god. I was like, Karis.
Oh, you thought it was okay.
Dictopia. I was like, Karis, what the fuck?
Dictopia. No, this is Dystopia. Even I read it wrong. It is a city building game that is kind of based on Blade Runner. And actually, I would say more than based on Blade. It's like basically you make Blade Runner. It's showing. I think this is all in game. When I think of City Builder, I think of like SimCity isometric, kind of. But these are obviously meant to be like miniature models. But just the detail in some of these really just fascinated me. Like there's a good shot right there.
Yeah.
And I think this is one. I think this is solo dev. I'm not sure, but Yeah, I really want to play. Obviously, I'm not playing the music. Oh,
Mhm.
Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Well, that's a very specific inspiration. But yeah, I think this game might already be out. I can't remember. 1.5? Yeah, I think it is. Yep. It's less
And
than
it's
$5 currently.
less than $5 with more detail than a mixtape. Oh my god.
That's going to be your punchline for the next 2 years.
Possibly, yes. I'm not gonna let it down.
Yeah, that's
Just like
reasonable.
Doritos Pope. And Doritos Pope was how is what that mean was how old?
At least
A decade almost?
a decade, at least, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I am a sucker for cyberpunk. Some of you know, and I saw this was like a city builder that's cyberpunk. Sign me up. Hell yeah. So
Oh, yeah,
that's
awesome.
that's what I find interesting. What I'll also be curious about is whether or not it controls well, because it can look really well, but there's been some city builders I've played in the past that the controls are just so janky and like you can't play stuff. So I'm definitely going to play that and give you my thoughts. I'll probably stream it at some point.
Yeah. Oh wait, shit. I can't show this one. I can't show it, but give me a second.
You got to find an alternative.
No, I'm not. I'm going to show it, but
Oh, you got to be careful about what parts
I
you
just
show.
noticed one of the scene of it was real small, but it could still probably get me.
Ah, the
It's
AI
a
is
little
getting
fight
pretty
in the
good about
preview.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this game, you play as a male protagonist, and you're a very masculine man. Okay, you're taming the wild and fighting dinosaurs. What do you like about that kind of game?
This is sounding familiar. I'm trying to think if I've actually seen this game yet.
I'm pretty sure you haven't seen this game or if streamed it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure because it's marked AO.
Ah, yeah.
I didn't. I knew about that, but basically, Mikey sent this to me today. I was going to show a different game. I was like, "Oh, this looks pretty cool." You play as Victor Shelby, a Los Angeles animal control officer abducted by aliens and stranded on a deadly dinosaur planet. Where he must help a group of beautiful alien women survive. As you can see from the top, it's showing a little bit of it, right?
Yep.
With 6 hours of fully body cinematic performance capture, create days, tamer teams, RPG grouping story filled with adventure and engaging story and fully explicit romance. I'm not going to try to show too much, but you craft upgraded weapons, spears, and clubs. Like these are some gameplay videos in here, right?
Mhm.
Engage dinosaur Bruce melee. You have like it's not a one thing. It's not a VN, and you're playing as a male protagonist.
Mhm.
And it has an SFW for all you guys that like to goon off the stuff. So it just came out, right? But it's called give me a moment. I just lost my notes here. Called Tamer, King of the Dinosaurs. An action adventure game for people of culture who love dinosaurs, adventure, and harem dating sims featuring beautiful alien women. Complete quests, gather resources, and bond with your lovers while keeping your tribe safe on a daily primitive world. And most of these type of games, they're usually visual novels or like mastery games.
Mhm.
And so I like games like this where it has the actual gameplay, right? It has the basics of games, just added NSFW elements, right? Because that to me that's a game. Like I don't consider a V in a game. And there's reasons for that because it doesn't have the 4 basic filters. Some of them do have it, right? There's some book games that have it, but I was like, this is interesting and something that, yeah, it's very masculine. You save the woman, right? Save the fair maiden. The women look up to you to build the society, right? You're fighting dinosaurs. That's very masculine. Building infrastructure, but it's just an escape. It's an escapism with dinosaurs and beautiful women. So yeah, that's oh yeah, thank you. I forgot to put that in the chat. Thank you, Alan, for that. So I'm just gonna read that before it gets any worse.
I'm watching the trailer right now. Yeah,
But look
there's
at the
some
model of
risk.
the card. Because I paused, like I have this pause it in this area, and this should be good. Look at the visual cards. There's one that's kind of pinkish in the beginning.
Yep.
You see that one? I saw like, oh, I can't put this in here. AI is going to geek me for that, even though the resolution might not show up for everyone else. Realize what that is. But
There is some real risk to this, though. Like, there's some serious danger. Like, there's a scene where a giant prehistoric alligator nearly takes you out. It's like, damn. And then, yeah, there's another scene where something very intimate happens that I won't go into detail over. But it is a demo, so I'm going to try it out.
And they have like 4 different women on that stuff too. Like the women are actually designed very well. And yes, there's a very, very intimate scenes in there, which because it is an NSFW game, I won't lie. But
yep,
this was recommended by the Goon Room. Usually when Mikey recommends me a gooning game like this, they're usually pretty good.
This one looks good. This looks like it has some good production value to it.
Like for example, he gave me a NSFW design game to actual gameplay with over 200 achievements. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll play this game. He gets it, man. I was like, playing it. It's that love and sex game that you caught me playing. You can't just automatically gain these achievements. There's a lot of thought in how you play the game. You have to be at a certain area at a certain time. You have to there's actual gameplay to this. It's not just a quick cash grab, Gooner game. Like it was actually pretty good. And this is why I'm hoping this will be another good game. It is in early access. It's $24. There's a demo. I'll put out there's a demo of that. I will not put a link in the description for this because of YouTube's policies. So it won't be in the description. And it won't be in the, if I make it short of it, won't be in the short. But yeah, that's my recommendation. So that being said, we're gonna wrap things up. So, Cares, final thoughts on what you got going on?
Final thoughts.
And what do you recommend as well for Men's Health Month?
What do I recommend? Find something, a hobby. Find a thing that makes you happy, that you are comfortable with, and is obviously not dangerous. But for me, it's video games. But for some people, it's blacksmithing, it's leatherworking, it's woodworking, it's building a house, it's playing Pokemon, it's gardening. Find something that allows you to escape the chaos of this life that we currently have. And this life, there's a lot of chaos in just everyday things. Shopping, just going to the grocery store, it can be chaotic at times. Just going to the restaurant sometimes can be chaotic. So finding something that is your little, I'm going to use safe space, even though that's kind of a cringe term. That is what it is. This is our little space. It's ours. It's not going to hurt us. We are trusting our little space. Find yours and protect it. It's your space. You're investing in it. It's going to take care of you. So invest in it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't matter if it's, like I mentioned, the cozy scene. I'm putting more attention into the cozy scene because it is a serious thing. It is growing. It is legit, whether people want to admit it or not. As for what I'm doing, I'm finishing out Dredge, and people seem to really like when I do Dredge. I have a significant uptick in views. And so I'm going to find another Dredge, something else that is like that, which there's not a lot of them out there, but there's a handful that I think I can find. But I am going to be flying out next week. I'll be in DC. I won't be streaming because I haven't gotten anything to replace what got stolen. So I will be probably radio silent for the most part unless I can jury rig something. I don't want to undo any of this because it's all wired in and strapped in, but I may have the ability to do something minimal. But it will be small, like a lot of my streaming will be here at home for the time being. But I'm going to be bugging people. Camelot keeps saying that he wants to play something. He started streaming again, and I think I'm going to try and drag him, you, Lavistro, Alan Jones, and anybody else. I'm going to try and drag us into something. I just don't know what it is yet. So that's what I'm going to be seeing.
Factor too.
Yes, I wanted to do that for 2 weeks, but I was sick for 2 weeks, and I didn't have the energy to do much of anything. Like, I had people calling me, wanting to chat, and I'm just like, I don't want to talk right now. I can't talk. But yes, we need to do that. And yeah, I'm gonna find my next dredge. That's probably gonna be my big quest, is because I love Dredge. It's a great story. It's a great game. It's got risk. It's got cozy. It's like a perfect balance, and I want to find another one that's like it. So keep an eye out for that.
Yes. Well, for me, I'll be going back to making gaming videos here soon. A lot of y'all have been recommending, have I heard about this? Have I heard about that? And I had a complaint. I was like, yeah, I've been tizzing the fuck out on this intro. I really hope y'all like it. If y'all do, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. If y'all want me to make it public, I do have it as a separate video because that's how strongly I feel about this issue. I always have. I'm glad other people are talking about it, making gaming stream, or maybe they have, and it's just finally now it's finally showing up on my algorithm feeds on X and stuff. But I'm happy about that. I'm happy other people are talking about it. So I said my piece a lot about this, and I always say everything. It's like just same as usual. Don't let what people say about men define who you are. You define yourself. And if you play games, who the fuck cares? It's like, yeah. You're lonely about it. Granted, I don't have big tits. I got it. I'm not one of those type of VTubers, and I don't have jiggle physics, none of that like that. And I'm probably not as warm. So when you say something, I'm probably gonna say something snarky back at you. But I'm there for everyone. I try to be, even if I don't agree with your policy. I don't want you to walk the dark path just because I don't like you. I want you to survive because there's always hope in life. As for games, I might, because I'm not a real gamer, because I'm enjoying cozy games too. I might play the librarian game of 3,000 books.
I'll tune in for that one because I want to see what the hell that's all about.
Oh yeah, no. What's curious got me is that people made or freaking out about AI art in games, and I was like, well, it's 3,000 books. You expected to pay? Do you know how much it's going to cost just to have an artist? Even it would bankrupt AAA. Just putting that out there.
Would. Yeah.
3,000 books. That sounds like a task I want to try to achieve. And
that is your next project.
I'm autistic. I told Carrot asked me, it's like, have you alphaized your book? I was like, I've alphaized your games on Retro. I was like, I've tried.
Literally, I was watching him play it, and he had like one particular movie, and they were all on the same shelf. I have not done that. I throw them on the fucking shelf and I move on. But I saw that he had all of one movie on one shelf, and I thought, oh, you spent some time on this.
Yes, and that pattern still works. Like like for example, the very first one, the Friday the 13th version, that hasn't moved from that spot since then.
Nice.
But I'm trying to get, like, I try to keep 5 copies of the ones that you're clearly the new releases that are clearly spin-offs of actual movies. I try to keep 5 copies because, like the old Blockbuster one, they would the popular movies. They would not the B-rated, but the popular grand opening ones. They would have at least 5 or 10 copies of that over time. And,
also, you're going to lose them. You're going to get destroyed, damaged, or something.
Oh no, I unlocked the repair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got that. Never mind.
Yeah, I unlocked the repair, so I don't have to worry about that. But that's the reason why I would buy a whole shelf load of that. But I'm gonna play Retro Rewind tonight because I'm obviously not a real gamer and I like my nostalgia of Blockbuster and the fact that it's a simulator that's not an actual Gooner game that has jiggle physics. Like some people would have upset with it. I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with this because it's a level of details, that quality of life. It's literally a game for everyone. The jiggle physics aren't so like noticeable that it's distracting, but if you're paying attention, you'll see the jiggle fish. Oh my god! And it's noticeable. The characters aren't just a generic cut piece. Another thing I want to point out: it's different sizes. Like they're tall, small, everything else. Even the women have big, small boobs, everything else. So the bigger the boobs, the more jiggle they would have based on actual common sense science and all that stuff. Like I'm not trying to make it science, but the bigger the mass and all that stuff. Like that
diversity,
thing, right?
True diversity in a game with their NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew?
And you have white people, you have black people, you have I think they have Asian. I just never noticed. But people say the Lavistro, you're racist. Well, if I'm racist, why did I hire a black guy first? I could have chose anyone else, but I chose him.
He did.
And then he asked me for a raise for $7 an hour, and I was like, "Fuck you!" And I just
that wasn't even the worst one. You hired a white guy after, and the first day he asked for a fucking raise. Or no, he had to go home.
Yeah, he asked
to go home
on his first day. I was like, "Oh no, you're." I was like, "Oh no, you're not." And I just fired him on the spot and put a sign out there that said, "No white male privileged employees." And then I learned from my sin of hiring straight white males that I hired a woman who's very loyal.
Yeah,
she's very slow,
falls asleep,
but she's very loyal. But yeah, so I'm gonna play that game. That's nothing I like about simulation. It's like I can immerse myself in the game and pretend I'm part of the lore.
Yes.
So my video game rental was the first one that went woke long before woke was a thing. You started in 1990. Yeah. It's also the most righteous because there's two sides. One that sounds righteous, the one that sounds woke.
Yeah, they're right front center, people, right near the return drop box too.
And it's just me unlocking Steam. It's just me like offline play. Like one thing I'll say is offline play for me. You see the madness of my mind where nothing makes sense and everything is just a joke to me. Right on stream. But it's also organized because you see the patterns and everything else. So it's like gaming offline and cozy games. I like, and I'm spragging. I'm trying to wrap this up. Sorry, guys, but to me, simulation games like that are still gameplay because I'm immersed into the game. I'm putting myself into the world lore of that game, and oh my god, I won't even realize that I spent like hours. I'll realize it's 5 o'clock. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go to bed. That's the game.
That's a testament to the immersiveness of the developers that they can take this simple concept and the world that they can build, as cartoony as it looks, it's very like it's almost within the same zip code as Schedule 1. Like the characters, they look a little off, but after a while, you just stop caring about how they look because everything else around you, you are captivated and you are immersed in this world. And that's a testament to the development of it.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm going to play some of that. And then, like I said, I'm going to look at those news that people have mentioned that I haven't been able to look at. Trying to get another dev on for June, but I don't know if we will. But there's that. Next week is the Veterans Awareness Month. So if you're a vet or you want to know about what the VA did that helps vets that's coming across in video games for everyone else, talking about that. Other than that, you have a good night. Happy gaming. I did not change the ending, but mental health links in the description. See you on that next week. Happy gaming, everybody. You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.